For those who missed Railway Empire 2, we played this 2 days ago. It is a game that devs gave me a key for, and we had a fantastic time. The gist of it is it takes place, I can't remember, I know it includes the 1830s. I can't remember if it starts at 1830 or 1820. It's somewhere in that ballpark. But we're talking way, 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 way back. That trains have first been introduced. Steam engines are brand new tech, and we're in that time frame. So while I don't know exactly how that was felt over in Europe, which would be kind of interesting to actually look at the history there because I just genuinely don't know. For here in the U.S., by and large, almost all of your major cities were along the coasts or rivers. Once you got inland farther than that, it wasn't that there was no cities; they were fewer and far in between. You had to be able to take a horse and buggy there, and that usually meant the population density was pretty minimal outside of that. And that was until trains started showing up. Because what ended up happening is they were starting to do a massive investment to building out train networks that went from north and south on both the east and the west coast, and then from the east to the west coast through the middle of the country. This would be around the same era that triggered stuff like the gold rush and all that kind of stuff, because suddenly we could actually cross the country and it wasn't, covered wagons for 3 or 4 months that a large number of people wouldn't make it from just all sorts of health problems, or you'd have your wagon, the wheel would break and you couldn't get a replacement and you just genuinely starve out in the middle of nowhere, or, succumb to nature. The trains changed all of that. So it's right at that point. So there's a lot there. Now, the game doesn't seem like it goes out of its way to be like 100% like historically, like here was the first route that we went north to south or anything like that. But it does try and do stuff like, 1835 or no, it was 1832 or 33. That basically there was this very big thing where a group of students had a big event about the abolishment of slavery, because at this period slavery is still a thing in the US. Um so they have this big presentation at a university. It escalates into this whole big thing and was one of the things that led to a whole bunch of the stuff happening there. I don't actually remember the chain of events, which is the reason I'm not getting into it. But it's interesting, and like they don't dwell on it like this whole big thing about digging into that history so much as like it shows you like the newspaper from that day as like, that's the time frame I'm in, and then they just kind of toss it aside. But it's kind of interesting. So when we played this last time, I started out with a custom game as the first one. We demolished the competition and just hands down slaughtered everything. And it's just like, oh, I guess I just build out my networks now. Oh, okay. And so we decided we were going to go to the campaign, which is where this is an overwhelming amount of information. Yes, this is the one. Um, so we went and switched on to the campaign and was like, all right, let's try out this story. And so the story's been interesting because it is taking place, again, railways are new, like brand new. So you've got this going on. But when you look at the way this game works, so you kind of set up different points and they have different resources. So like Philadelphia here has meat. I don't need to look at this right now. I have milk over here at Green Rest. And so the idea is if I click on Philadelphia, for example, I can look here and it says, here's all the things they want. And if I give them enough of the things they want, Philadelphia's population gets more. So right now where Philadelphia is just this tiny little town, it looks like they have a water tower, 2 churches, and a meat industry, and like a handful of man, for as few houses as there are here, the fact that they have 2 churches is kind of interesting. But that's fine. Like, one will be like the Protestant, one will be like the Catholic Church or whatever. But you see, it's like a little town. But where's my big one? But as we sit there and we get them all their needs, you end up like over here at Boston, where it's this big sprawling city. Now again, we're talking about the 1830s, right? 1835. So you'll notice it's dirt roads. There's no cars. There's no like even steam cars or anything like that. So that's just, it's a time era. I'm trying to remember exactly what time that Red Dead Redemption 2 takes place, but I believe Red Dead Redemption 2 happens after this by a while. Right, because Red Dead Redemption 2 takes place, I believe, after the Civil War? I don't remember. The point is, you're setting up logistics, and so you'll look at like these train networks that I've got here, and so I have like this ridiculous set of rails, you know, funneling everything around. But this is kind of where like mass transit first started building up. That, for example, like right now I'm only dealing with the Northeast, but in actual U.S. history, you end up having this railway, and I don't know the exact route, that would take all the way to the north of south. And I think it went as far as Florida. It went as far as Georgia, I know. Remember. It was a big thing that. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The late 1890s. Yeah, yeah. Because I was gonna say it's like right. So this is like 60 something years before. This actually would be the time frame where you did have, you know, the quote unquote Wild West. And a big part of why it was the Wild West was there wasn't many ways to get out there. But with the expansion of the railroads and all that, it made the world a smaller place in the sense that you could get stuff really fast. Let's see. As soon as space travel is possible, I'm moving from the Milky Way to the soy Milky Way. I'm glucose intolerant. Mm-hmm. Yep. I I see what you did there with the pun.
I just had lunch with the mayor to discuss your series of breakdowns.
I still dislike that man. Yeah, in the when I was playing the custom game, he was one of the people we were against, and I just immediately went after him. Okay, so you have access to. Why does it feel like I'm missing a lot of UI stuff? Like that's wheat. I feel like I'm missing UI. So that's wheat, and you have sugar, and you have this. So you can make fabric. Washington, D.C. also makes fabric. Is there anything? So you're already making beer. So you don't have meat. Oh, you could make. No, because that'd actually be. What do you have on hand? So you've got the fabric on hand. I'll see if that'll work. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a new factory for them to make clothing. All right, because that should be a new thing that they could ship back and forth to help out with all this. I have a broken. Oh no, that's just. I have one set of freight trains that goes here to Washington D.C. back, and I have one that goes from Pittsburgh over, and I also have one train that cuts the entire way across. Um, so we have objectives I'm supposed to do, which is provide 8 cities. Oh, so I'm supposed to get one more city to have an express connection, which is basically how fast you can go, and transfer or transport 60 passengers without changing trains from DC to Buffalo. So Buffalo's up here, and DC's down there. So I need to make a as direct a train route as I can to Buffalo. So the good news is I did leave 4 spots open there. Buffalo, I think, is pretty maxed out. Oh no, Buffalo's got space. That is going to be a real upsettingly expensive train route. All right, well, just keep stuff running in the meantime. So we'll start by just going all the way over here. Okay, so obviously I can't spend 6.5 millions to make the direct train route. So I'm going to try and do is as best we can. I can set and move points. So I'm going to try my best. Alright, so you got a gap here. To drag it up to the surface. Because you notice, each time I'm doing that, I'm bringing the price down. Ah, so that's your problem over here. Is that my competitor's route that I gotta deal with. Alright, I could go here. Alright, so that's assuring I'm going to be able to make a bridge. So we've already scraped $2 million off the cost of this. Okay, so should be able to go around this way. Alright, so down says I'm adding all these hills onto it where we go up and down to keep the train to save money. This is going to slow down the trains because it means they're going up and downhill more. Alright, so we've got that going here. Okay, so got that going this way, got this way going that way, and I have just one little bridge right here at the end, which I have to do because I'm going over the track. Alright, so we took that train route from being $6.5 million
I don't even have to do it myself.
to 415,000. So that is a much better thing. I just realized I put the wrong one, but that's okay. I'm going to live with it. Alright. So, now I'll put the exchange here. And now I can set the rail directions. Alright. So DC direct route to Buffalo. I'm gonna do mixed because that'll get supplies to Buffalo and back and forth. It'll help us. Even though that's probably not the right move. I'm gonna need a bunch of trains on this route for it to do anything. So yeah. 400,000. So, yep. I didn't really have a good spot between these two to go because of this whole mountain range. Alright, so that's good. So that'll take care of this. That'll also definitely be the express status, because I doubt there's a faster route to get from Washington, D.C. through those mountain ranges. That'll take care of that. We need to get 3 cities to have 120,000 population on the network. That should be happening on its own. Boston is over that. Buffalo is fast on its way to that. Albany is already at that. These up here are doing all right. So the next one we need to deal with is if for bonus objectives, the Virginia one, we need to get their population higher. Because this should just happen on its own. So if we're getting its population higher, first of all, I need to buy the rights to be here. Cool. And pretty much it's just bring resources into these three. Because you're a whole separate region over there, aren't you? So I need to get these three. I need to get them resources back and forth. Alright, so we're going to fast forward. We're just going to keep time moving. At the moment, because there's not a whole lot I could do with a bunch of this. I just got to wait for money to roll in. Increase reliability. Okay. Yeah, Pittsburgh now has double up there.
Things are going very well right now. We must not rest. While you have been spreading further south, I have established a bank together with some business partners to become financially independent. From now on, you can borrow money directly from me.
Yes. Definitely want to be stuck in the pocket with a very aggressive business person. All right. So I think the first move is going to be
This
getting...
building bothered me, so I had it redesigned a bit.
Oh my god, how much will it cost me to get rid of that man?
Really marvelous. You
Oh.
are unstoppable. I can't tell you how happy I am.
So it'd be 9 million just to buy him outright. Oh yeah, so we're just gonna fly through these objectives because
progress is great. Now it's really paying off that I invested some money in a couple of speculative land deals near your rail lines. They have multiplied in value by now. I personally never doubted the success of the steam locomotive. However, what you have accomplished here is something else entirely. Our work here has been a technological revolution, and we are both facing a golden future.
oh, okay, so it instantly ends when that
Railroad
happens.
business had exploded. Brilliant pioneers and their courageous investors had proven that steam-powered rail transportation could more than compete with the expensive alternative of artificial waterways. The success convinced initial doubters, and new routes were springing up like mushrooms. Soon, small, separate routes were getting in each other's way, and the hoped-for profits were declining. Critical voices were raised. How could the railroad business continue to grow if it was choking on its own complexity?
Okay. So we have ranking and everything. So yeah, the ranking is just all this stuff. This is very relaxing to watch. A laid back streamer, a laid back game, and a pinch of competition disposal. Oh, absolutely. Find me. Let me guess, like 5. Oh, it's even lower than I thought. Honestly, that's not that bad because I was like, oh, if like the highest score is 700,000 is like, okay. I figured the ranks would not be this close. But yeah, friends. Oh. Yeah. I'm assuming chief executive offers the highest rank. Gotcha. So it's literally what objectives you finished and how fast. That is what makes up your score entirely. So if I would have done the bonus objectives, then I would have gotten a lot more for it. That's fine. I'm not gonna try and yeah, so it's okay, so it's route length. So game time, that is one thing. The company value is the next thing. Oh, that's literally it. So it's taking consideration what objectives you did, how long you took, how long of routes you made, and what your company value was. That's fair. Okay. I wonder how much this will get into it, because literally the Great Depression was partly triggered by the complexity issue.
I had invited the operators of the most important rail networks to this evening to solicit support for my Nord Express. An important ally was to be the engineer I had invited. People like him had already helped to bundle the enormous potential of dozens of micro companies. The British gave their own railroad bubble of the 1840s a very appropriate name: Railway Mania. Passengers complained about the absurdity of having to change trains and buy a new ticket in almost every city. Transporting goods over long distances was also possible, only at enormous cost. The time was ripe for a real corporation.
What do you think you're
Okay.
doing? Sit up straight. My name is Captain Hewish, and that is how you will address me. In case you haven't been briefed yet, I am the new General Manager of the London and North Western Railway Company, the first of my kind, and your superior. I have the dubious pleasure of organizing the merger of 3 independent railway companies. Your task is to be of assistance. I've prepared a list of tasks for you. I am a busy man and will check on you later. Any questions? Good. Then you may sit comfortably.
Okay. So where I was just commenting on is like, oh, I wish I could see what this was experienced like in Europe and everything. There we go. Apparently we're going to do that. But yeah, so I was getting with, and I mentioned this the last time we played it, that in the US, the expansion of the railway ended up being also one of the main events related to the Great Depression. And the gist of that is you saw at the end there, it's like, oh, all the railways are getting each other away. What are we going to do with all this complexity? And it ended up there was a north-south railway and an east-west railway, and they saw each other as like stiff competitors. And the one was like, hey, we should work together. We can make lots of money where I could take stuff from my railway to yours, and you could take it the rest of the way, and then, vice versa. We could both make a bunch of money. The other guy was like, absolutely not, I want to control it all kind of thing. It ended up being a thing that led to like a stock buyout like we had in the game, except in real world what happens is the one person had a bunch of their stock bought by the competitor and then bought it back like regardless of consideration of the price and crashed the stock market, which was like there's a bunch of things that led to the Great Depression, but it was kind of the match that set it off. And it was that whole thing that they were ruthless business people. They were competing and all that, and just didn't like a lot of our regulations around the stock market and monopolies came out of that series of events that they're like, this cannot be permitted to ever happen again. All right, so this time we got tech that we weren't able to get a hold of last time. Decrease the price of new locomotives and total bonus from research. Sure. All right, so what are my tasks? Transport 60 passengers without changing rails from London to Liverpool. Okay, so it's saying I'll have less time to accomplish my tasks. And let's see, 3 connect. One moment. Sorry. But, and connect 3 rural businesses to your rail network. Make sure the connected businesses are linked to your main station in London. Okay, so I think that's telling me what's going to end up happening is that later on, I'm going to deal with. All right, so I see the issue here. So where the US there was lots of problems, it looks like this is significantly worse, where you have like one rail owned by like each individual company owns like one rail going from place A to B all over the place. So we have like overlapping and competing infrastructure. I also find it weird that we put 2 separate rail stations from the same company like that, but I mean, sure, why not? All right, so if we're going to connect this to rural businesses, so London makes clothing and beer, so we definitely want to make wheat happen. I'll get a big bonus if I use this stop. And you're meat, probably? No, you're nothing. You're going to be meat because I got meat right there. Except you are already meat. This is not a great layout. But you have cattle up here, so I'll probably grab those cattle. So I could make you have fabric, but that'd be very inconvenient. You are a disaster. Okay. So that's the rightmost rail. So you can continue this rail on just to grab that. That'll be the easiest one for the first solution. Put a railway station up here. Nice straight shot, nothing fancy. Okay, we do all that. Do you have directions on your rails? You don't even... Oh, they are literally one rail back and forth. That is not ideal. Okay. So you're going to be a freight engine. Yeah, the freight engine will be what we need there. So freight engine. So for right now, you can just have one. All right, so that should connect one rural business. Both these have the same deadline. Without changing trains from London to Liverpool. Liverpool's where? London. I do not know. All the way over there. Yeah, so right now, I have this disaster. Well, what I should frankly do... Yeah, I think we're going to do... is going to refund this. Alright, we're doing some demolition. We're getting rid of that stop. And honestly, I get almost all my money back. So we're just... trash and all that. I mean, that can stay there. Okay. So. We've got those stops. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly connect this down here. Will it just fall off and go the whole way? Good, it will. Fix this garbage. It'll have a train that goes between London and there. It'll be a mixed train. Right now I'll put 2 of them on there. I'll do a bit of both. We're going to get a bonus for hooking up cattle. I might just do that, even though the next one up here is also meat. Well, and Liverpool's meat. We won't do meat. I'll figure it out when we get there, because this does beer and clothing. It's got yarn nearby. Oxford does fabric, so that'll be that one. We don't have wood nearby anywhere. No, we don't. We do have apples and sugar, so this could have a distillery. Because if I hook up the apples and I hook up the sugar to this route, that's everything I need to set up a distillery. So what I'll do is I'll go up here and over. Yeah. Oh, first I gotta put a railway station here. I'm actually gonna make it 2 separate routes now I think about it. So go ahead and yeah, so you'll have... So Manchester will have this route on it. No bridges or anything, so that's good. I'll do that real fast. And we'll take that all the way down to Birmingham. Oh, actually, 1 second. We goofed there. I did not mean to put that underground. But the good news is this game is kind and it does give you a full refund in that. What we do here is we grab it at the point where there's the tunnel. Grab it about halfway, and we'll see if we can't just scooch you around. Okay, so no more tunnels, so now it's only 140,000. Cool. And we're burning through our money fast. Okay. So we're almost done. Because the next thing up is you got the sugar. You're going to get the beef. Okay. That's way cheaper there. Put the round next to it. And that leaves this one last route to Liverpool. We'll see if we can make that happen. It's going to be a tough one. Okay. So I'll probably have to make one train that does the whole route to start with, which is just not viable. But we have technically satisfied everything. All right. So everything will be connected now. The trick is, if we check our routes, what do we even have? So we've got London, we got London to Birmingham, and Birmingham to Lynch Station, which those are fine. I will need Manchester to Birmingham to Armstrong to there. Oh, you can't switch. I always forget about that. Birmingham's going to be the hub city. That's what's going to happen. We'll have to make the route that goes straight over, but Birmingham for right now is going to be a hub city. So mixed, I physically can't because I cannot afford the train. That is a predicament. Well, in the short term, can I make you go here? I cannot, because I cannot afford the train. Well, here's hoping we can make this work. I basically need like 60,000. Because I'll connect 1, 2, Yeah, because we'll get our payout from this one, and that'll give me enough money to set up a train going over here. But yeah, so we're gonna make Birmingham here a hub city that we're gonna bring everything in and move it around for the time being. And then for the direct London route, we'll have a rail that goes between. London Northwestern has the fastest train, cool. I can say this game is taking off like a runaway train. Yup. Yeah, so we're just waiting for... Alright, so we got our payout for hooking that up. So now we can go here and say new rail line. You can go that route. We will choose the mixed one here. Confirm that. And then we're also going to choose a route here. That's... Why can't you perform that? You literally are picking up sugar. That's fine. Yeah, because they're mixed. You're freight. Because they both are going to want sugar. I don't understand. It's fine. Okay, so we'll let that run for a little bit. So we should get our payout for connecting those. That'll be 1, 2, 3 businesses or rural areas we've hooked up. And I need to get from London to Liverpool. Can I just make this happen now? Show the directions on here. So that's the downward route. So yeah, so if I could bridge this real fast. I actually don't need to bridge it that far. Let's bridge it way over here. So that's the lane going down. Why can't I build you? Oh, you just totally not happy with it. I see. Alright, we'll fast forward. And then I can get that swing over. Then I can make a straight route over. I wanted to make it closer, but I forgot that this is already raised to go over it. So that's a problem there. But that's fine. Because then that'll give me my straight express route from London to Liverpool. And then we'll need a warehouse here. But that'll be something we can worry about in the next phase. Okay. We've got all that made. So I should get a payout once we get the sugar in. It is close enough that I'm actually... I just realized we have a lot of mistakes I gotta deal with. I've got to put a service depot in Birmingham. And I need to put supply depots along the way. Okay. How much was the service depot? 76,000. Because otherwise they're just going to break down and have problems. Okay, sorry about that. I don't, like, they all need sugar. That's what I don't understand. You need sugar. And you need sugar. You're, like, flat out of sugar. And it was all like, I can't satisfy this need. And this is close enough to the sugar that should get it. Like, that's the whole reason I put it there. That said, this is enough that we can go Liverpool all the way to London. Should I stop for cattle along the way? Nah, it's fine. Is there anything you specifically want? You want transport passengers. So, this train is going to be an express train. I lied. It's not going to be express train. Is it going to be an express train? No, it's not. It'll be mixed. Alright. So, alright, there we go. The bonus connection. Okay, so before we go any farther, I have got to go to Birmingham. You, my friend, need a maintenance depot. Cool. And now I need a supply depot. I'll need one there. I was really hoping it'd count for both. That's fine. So we've got two of them figured out. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Why are you not letting me put this down? Oh, it's 28,000. Okay, I see. It's slightly more expensive. It's probably just whatever the character we have is, their penalty is that these cost more or something. Alright, so we've got the service department at Birmingham to handle that. Okay. Just need to get this situated. Come on. You, Okay, so we've got the maintenance stuff along all the routes. Got here, here, and then this one. Oh, do you not have one? You don't have one. Alright, I got one route that still doesn't have one. Gonna do that weird fly past. Meanwhile, let's why are you... Wait, 1 second. That's one problem. There we go. Okay. Now, what's going on with this one where it's like, I don't know about, like, these materials. So you have just this route. And we do stop at the train station. But it's got nothing marked there for resources. Did I position this thing wrong? Yeah, that's literally, I cannot place it if it's not. At least I'm pretty sure I can't place unless it's in there. It was in range. Be really salty if it didn't count. Because I don't think it does. I don't think it's associating these being together. Which is a major problem. Alright, you need your service depot along the way. Not service depot, supply depot. So that'll fix that. Yes, this is a problem here. I should be... Well, no, it's not connected to 3 businesses. Alright, that's annoying. Okay. So pause time. You can put this here.
A step in the right direction.
Okay, so it's all hooked up. Yeah, so we're connected to 3 rural businesses now. The big issue I have is that that's no longer considered hooked up. They don't have anything hooked up to Manchester. Actually, wait a second. Oh, I just figured it out. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? Cool, and that'll bring us online with this, so we'll get our money for that. And meanwhile, I'm going to go... Shout out Longclaw. For those who don't know, Longclaw, fantastic content creator. Definitely worth checking out. Played some RimWorld recently. You must have a concession before you can perform any adjective. I just misclicked. Cool. So that should line us up to get all of these objectives done. We're already transporting passengers back and forth from London to Liverpool. We have until December to hit that objective. So yeah. Okay, doing some proofreading while listening. Gotcha. Good times. Okay, and now that we have the bonus, this one is absolutely going to need a warehouse. So warehouse, wheat, cattle, meat, beer, sugar. I guess honestly this. And next thing I'm gonna do is I want to hook up the apples here, because with that I can make this place have liquor. Is it the second campaign map? Yes, it is. So even though it's like, make sure you get everything hooked up to London, I'm like, alright, but hear me out, Birmingham is better situated for what I need right now. I'm sure we'll have to sort through it, but we'll get there when we get there. The company recruits chemists, allow you to build and operate factories to produce chemicals. Okay. Increase transport revenue of mailbags, bonus to research. Sure. Well, that's interesting, because with the campaign, we slaughtered the competition so early that I got demotivated, because it's like, oh, I guess I just grow my network now. I didn't realize the things you'd produce would entirely change as the game goes on. That's kind of cool. So that way it's like a re-upping of the game as you go. So if I hook up New York, I'm going to get 250,000. So I might as well do that. If I can afford to make it happen, that is. Oh, can I, like, bully you? Hey, how would you feel about it if, like, I mashed my railway building as tight against yours as possible to give you no room to grow? Would that upset you? Ah, yeah, that probably upset you. That's what I'd guess. Oh, never mind. I thought I was turning around the other way. All right. Because if I hook up York, that give me 250,000 and puts York on the map. So at a minimum, it's money for shipping goods between the two. You do considerably better as well. Sorry about that, just dealing with this whole thing because of just need to clear my throat kind of thing. But making sure to not do it into the mic or whatever. Alright, so we can hire chemists now, apparently. Yeah, so Birmingham as a city should just balloon with all of the resources I have going through it. We'll be meeting so many of its needs. One thing I'm gonna need is just honestly more trains. I just don't have that many trains on the current route and whatnot. I feel like the goods are ultimately more profitable long claw, and the reason for that is it grows the city size, which then opens you up to being able to get more different types of goods. Whereas the people only seem to increase with the city size from what I've seen. So you can't really avoid the goods, I guess I'd say. I feel like you have to do both, really. Selling people is morally wrong? Correct. It depends on the game you're playing. Wait. That is a really inconvenient farm. You'd have to make a giant bridge out there to just get vegetables. I feel like it's more practical to move the farm than to move the train to the farm in that particular scenario. I also noticed our competition has been giving us a whole lot of sass in this one. Alright. One thing I'm thinking that might be interesting is going out of our way to choose like two rails to be like the city rails that go down there, that they're just the express rails the whole way. The veggie farm of oh man, what a hassle. Yep, that's the one. Everyone knows that one. Alright, so we're about to finish our next objective. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like I got access to the entire middle spot. There's this one spot down here I don't have access to. There's one spot down here I don't have access to, and there's one over here. I do see we have a whole other continent now here, but apparently we're not. We're just not allowed. No bridges between. Ireland shall be left by its own lonesome. I believe I'm correct. That's Ireland, right? This over here is Ireland. Pretty sure that's Ireland. That's Ireland, Scotland's on the northern end, and then the rest of England's down here.
You consider a task completed?
I'm sure someone is like, you're wrong in everything.
So.
And
I
yeah.
see that you've created a coherent network out of this tangled nonsense. At least you have not disappointed my initial expectations. Now, don't think to rest on your laurels. You need to consolidate this success.
Okay. Expansion. Deliver 80 loads of any goods to London. Note that you can build tunnels and bridges into bridges if a competitor's track is in your way. 90% of travelers take the train from London to Dover. The more direct the route, the more it'll be. Okay. So first, let's get New York hooked up. I'm already halfway into that. They'll give me a payout. So that'll just basically give me more money. And where is Dover? I probably won't be able to see it until I'm not highlighted on what I'm doing right now. Okay. And we might just add New York onto this route. Or not New York, just York on this route. So we'll just take where Manchester goes down to Birmingham and just add York onto it. Are you moving? Why does it feel like it's paused? No, it is moving. It's just taking a bit. I'm assuming Dover is going to be upsettingly like in one of these side regions I got to pay to get into. Or maybe it's this over here. And that's probably... Why are you all waiting here? We'll deal with that in a minute. So edit the route. Okay, confirm. You have long parts of route without any direction on the track. Do I now? I see where I fixed that. It also appears that doesn't have that. Alright, good. So that's fixed. So you're having a minor breakdown. So that's explaining that. London is downgrading. Where is Dover? We have Bristol, Plymouth, Swansea, Holyhead, York. All right. Cambridge, Dover. Okay, so Dover's down here. What did you want? You want Dover to London, which means basically I need to make it as direct a route as humanly possible. That actually shouldn't be hard. I can just go around this right side. But that means I have to wait for that first train to reach York so I can get my payout. Why didn't I get my payout from that? I should have gotten a payout from there, right? So I also have the problem of I need to be making more money. Like, we're shipping stuff between everyone, and that's fine. But I need more trains on the route, especially this main route that goes the whole way up and down to Birmingham. Wait, didn't I have the choice of putting a business in Birmingham? I can't afford it, so get out of here. Did my competitor buy a business in Birmingham? Is that what happened? No, privately owned? Interesting. I didn't realize they could do that. I mean, it's fine. Alright. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Just had to deal with my nose is all. Alright, so the challenge is if I put the two... Oh, did I really put them on the far lanes? It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Yeah, so no matter what, I have to go over here. I'm gonna try going the other way, actually. So cancel building that there. I'm gonna try and do is have the rail go right out here, over top of that, and straight on down as much as we can make it happen. Oh man, this place is cramped. Because it has to be, it can't be much longer than that already is. Keep changing my mind because I can't make this work the way I want it. So nothing fancy yet. Right now, you're going to be a straight shot one over the other. There's nothing fancy there. Why? Oh, right, you're 200,000 because I'm adding 2 stations, not just one. Ugh. Because the thing I'm debating is it better for me to put trains on my existing routes first? And get that sorted out? Or is it better for me to, instead, get Dover hooked up? As much as this is going to cost, actually, Dover, I'll be back to you, buddy. Right now, I got a lot of money sitting on the table, as it were. Alright. So this train is full up all the time. Every time. Have a second train, go for it. It's over, Dover. I know, right? They should have figured it out. So, if it goes full, we add another train to it. Yep. So Liverpool to Birmingham. Edit. There's a second train for you. So London to Birmingham. Oh, right. I have a filter for this, don't I? Where was it even located? Train utilization. So trains that are red are trains that are full. So this green train, not a problem. That green train and that green train, not a problem. That train in red there, that's a sign that the train's getting loaded up. And yellow's fine as well. So it looks like we helped out with that in the immediate. Like, I honestly think it's all the trains leaving Birmingham because I've made it kind of my trade hub. The big bummer here was I had fully intended on hooking up the apples and doing whiskey here. I had not anticipated this. One moment. Just sorry, something's got like my sinuses all irritated. It's really annoying. Okay, so we're not filling that up all the way. Let's see. Reduce cost tunnel construction, increases the profit from all of your rural businesses. Reduce the construction cost of all buildings, including factories, run railway buildings, and all that. Yes. Okay. Alright, so we're starting to get these down here. Okay. So, step one for here. The London route. It can get wheat, but indirectly. So, it's going to be pretty hard to get to this location. No, actually, it's not. I forgot I can go all the way out here. So that'll be the first length that we do. Now, the bummer is my own railway's in the way of my railway. So let's go and say, let's hook you up over here. Yeah, we do not want the bridge to be the whole length. I mean, I literally could just cross my own railway. So, we can make a tiny little bridge. We can make a tiny little tunnel that dips under there. It's about the same either way. Trying our best to just adjust it. Okay, I think that's as cheap as that route's gonna get. Because I have to get either over or under, and either way it's gonna be upset about it. I am curious if it makes sense to have it cross over. So there's a... I mean, that costs more, but it will reduce the points of conflict. So I think I'm going to do it. Because part of the gist of it is it can't be much farther than this road here. And so I'm already have to like pick up height and all that, which is going to add a little length to it. Then I should be able to go straight to the shot down here. And then that should be okay. Yes, the goods being delivered to London is going to get solved, no problem. Big thing right now is just getting this hooked up. And for the moment, I'm not going to worry about having two rails going back and forth. We'll just have one train go back and forth. And then later on, I will expand it to have a second rail. It looks like we're making pretty good money. Again, Birmingham seems to be the one that's going to be our mainstay for money. And reduce the cost as much as we possibly can. Okay, we cut the cost down a little bit more. We're down to 417. So I have a bridge there and a bridge back here. Because this thing is like, oh, we're going to climb up here, then we're going to go down here and then climb up here. It's like, all right, well, let's just try and keep it at the higher height. But not, just like whatever the minimum I can to not require a bridge the whole way. It's a bummer I set this one. No, actually, we didn't. Did we? Yeah, it was one rail. The bummer that we didn't put in the middle so I couldn't just cut over this way and be done with it. That made our lives easier. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we're just stuck waiting on money at the moment. Increase profit for all rural businesses by 5%. Reduces tunnel construction. Well, I'm not making a tunnel right now, so we'll do that. We're making bridges right now. Okay. So it looks like this route... Yeah, this route, the trains in both directions are being overwhelmed. So So I do think we, for the moment, tack another train on there. It'll make up for itself in no time. So I see another route that's mostly red trains. Which it makes sense. That train route's going through 3 major cities. Yeah, it's almost instantly paying for itself, so that's good. And these ones are only yellow, so that's not too bad. The London to Birmingham is red. If that turns red, we'll add another train on that route as well. Okay, it's only yellow. We'll leave it alone. Okay. Yeah, this one should probably be a big one because I've got all these basic supplies, meat, wheat, sugar, beer, all that going along this route. And so while meat and beer are up here, I've just got everything here could be shipped up. It does make me wonder if it makes sense at some point to have like a city that's got just a really heavy rail infrastructure that's just 2 warehouses with like all of the goods just do that. I think it'd probably bottleneck too much on the railway. It does have to do so much to just try and keep the rails even functional. So close to getting that wheat hooked up. How much is a parallel road? 118? Not that terrible. Or sorry, 181. Well, first we'll connect it by train. So connect it so it's at least making us money. Then we can expand the rail, and then we can make it go the next jump. Because the next jump shouldn't be as bad. I don't have to go over any other tracks. We just plug it right in here. But I am going to have the cost of another station. But then this will bring wheat directly here, which will get us more beer. And then that beer will get to Birmingham. It'll also mean we'll get a bunch of other good stuff.
The headquarters of our company is located near London Euston. Our reputation requires that we therefore serve the city adequately.
Cool, that's what we were doing? Yeah. So just saying, hey, there's no alternate routes. Like, yeah, it's just one train, man. Alright, so those are just both in for service. Birmingham is doing well. London should be doing alright. Yeah, London will be doing better here in a minute. Do we have a source for wood by London? So we can get the wood, we can get the fabric. Those are definitely things we want to do. But those aren't mission objectives yet. So we'll worry about that later. Oh, and you want by the end of this for me to have London have 120. So it does want me to get London maxed out. That shouldn't be too bad because we've got wood here. That'll fill one of London's needs. We've got sugar, we've got corn, we've got dairy. So London does have just about everything it needs in proximity, just none of it is hooked up. Which I assume is what this whole thing is going to be around, is hooking up one network here. We just have all these overlapping networks I got to deal with. Are you seriously, like, all of your trains maxed out? Alright, fair enough. If it's just going to make me even more money to just plug another train on this line, I have no problem with that. It's also growing all of these cities along here as well, which will let me open up additional businesses and everything. All right. Demand for the imported good grain has been reduced because it has reached maximum stock level. That's fine. What's going to happen is every time a train goes to leave here, it's going to take a big old pile of grain to one of my other cities. Or not. Wonder why it's showing red. They're not full. I mean, it's getting full on the way down. That's fine, whatever. Let's quit adding trains to it is all we have to do. There's wood over there as well. Connect that cattle farm as well. That'll save me shipping the cattle the whole way around. Yeah, that go right there. Already hooked up to that sugar. I can take a connection to that wheat. That'll be a hard one to connect to. I'll have to probably go the whole way around there. We have salt and all that good stuff. That'll probably be one of the things is to get London that size, I gotta get the salt all the way down. Because notice that with the last one, there's one or two goods I could only find on the outskirts. So like coal is only here. Salt was only up there. Clay is only down here. The vegetables are way over here, and the apples are way over here. And the other vegetables are over there. So you got a couple of resources I don't really have a whole lot of, and a bunch, like, you know, the dairy and the yarn and all that, but they're right here in the middle. That's not too hard to get at. Okay. So we build the parallel track. We do the switch. All right. So once we have the money, it'll be time to set up the next one. And that's because I'm sure I'm going to need more than one train going to Dover. Even though both of these make beer. We'll want to hook up to Oxford, because they make cloth. And I'll want to make a connection between Oxford and Matthew's Breeding. And also the wood and Bristol. We should have sugar reasonably accessible. The corn. The veggies. Yeah, so you had a breakdown. And you had a breakdown. Just is what it is. Oh, you need a supply depot. Before we forget too much. Before you start having problems. Okay. So, now I just gotta wait for the money to roll in for this one. Why are you two? Oh, right. New train station. That's why. But that should work out because we'll ship the, both of them need wheat as a resource. So they can just ship the wheat back and forth all day long. You know, it should be pretty good because we're only 3 months into 2000 or 1846. I believe I have to no, it is end of year 1846. I need to get these done. Like that's what they said. Is this was like, yeah, this guy's gonna be like way less merciful on the your ETA to complete objectives. Okay, so most of the trains are yellow now, which is good. That implies my network isn't overloaded. I did kind of get enough trains moving stuff around. Keep those goods flowing. Oh, I'm going to need a service depot either in Dover or in London. I think we'll put in Dover with the intention of having London later on. We'll have the thing that'll churn through the vehicles faster, since I'm supposed to have that much go through there. Because we can definitely get the corn to be a straight shot over there and just leave Dover out of it. I mean, honestly, I could probably go through here kind of thing. Get 3 different resources, bring them into London all on one set of tracks. Like, that'll be a big one. This is probably... I'm not sure if we'll be able to squeeze in between here, but we might be able to squeeze in between this one, where I can get both with one rail station. Or even turn it that way. And go over this tracking over. Oh, come on. The residual value... Okay. So we have a Rhine, which is just straight up a faster locomotive. Fine. No. We'll do this, so it retains the value, and then we'll do the Rhine next. Because I don't have the money to do that yet. I want to do that, and we will do that. But reducing the cost of replacement and then getting the thing that I replace everything with seems like the better strategy. Alright, that's nice and cheap at 37,000. And once I set that up, we just take the train that I already have going here, just add Dover on there, and that'll be that done. It should be pretty good at servicing both of them, and we'll be in pretty good shape. I still will need a service depot, and I'll need it soon. Because otherwise it's going to start having breakdowns from all its wear and tear. But, for the moment, we're just going to deal. Alright, grab you. Edit your route. And Dover's connected. Can't afford to bid on it, so I won't. Alright, yeah, so that should be direct enough that it should be 90%, because it's almost the same length as the road. It'll be much faster. So it should start going on, because this route doesn't go through. But Cambridge is getting bigger. Let's see, wise choice. I'd have more likely not thought of that and gone to the new shiny. Well, I was tempted to do the new shiny. Yeah. Okay, so before you go any farther, there's your maintenance depot. Do you have a maintenance depot up here? You don't. You're going to need one because I do have a train that goes straight from London the whole way up. I'm surprised it's not actively, like, on fire at all times. Yeah, it's in minimal repair. So you're going to have to wait on that. Come on. So we're at 81%. I mean, I might be able to make an express train that goes there faster. It could also be when we get the scientists, replace that train first because it's an
Having three
Never
independent
mind.
rail networks is like bringing a gang of unruly recruits up to scratch. The company is lucky to employ Captain Mark Hewish. Together, we have created a solid foundation. No more and no less. The competition never sleeps. Remember that. I heard that the Great Western Railway is getting ready to move into Birmingham. You must stop that. Now, don't let it go to your head. You fulfilled a goal, not saved the Empire.
Okay. So first of all, let's still get the service depot up here. Meanwhile, you have meat. What do you have nearby? I could certainly make stuff happen. So they're said the competition is going to be moving into Birmingham. Okay. And then it's time, before someone screws me out of it, I'm going to factory. What does chemical require? Coal and coal alone. Right, but hear me out. Liquor. Oh, you're 612,000. Never mind.
I just received a dispatch. The mood in Birmingham seems to be tipping in our favor.
Okay, so Birmingham is doing well. We're transporting a whole bunch of stuff from Birmingham. Construct the extensions of restaurant and marking. Well, look, man. That's not... I literally made this my big hub. Like, you can't do that to me, buddy. I made this my main hub. You want me to get rid of my warehouses that my entire network depends on? Can I build a second train station and satisfy this? Can I just build them and then tear them down immediately? I guess it's I'm probably going to have to do, isn't it? How do I tear these down? That's right. So we're gonna have to figure out how I deal with this problem now.
The rails of the Great Western pose a threat to us. They belong to a major competitor, and they could severely disrupt our expansion.
Okay, so the problem I have now is this has been our main hub for everything. All of our goods have been coming in and out of this place. And our boy here was like, yo, all of that stuff, forget about it. Instead, I want you just make this heckin' goods. What I think I'm actually going to do is build a second railway station here. And go here and say, you know those things I built? Take them back. I want my warehouse and I want my maintenance depot here. I don't care what you say. This is what's happening. We're going to go to our warehouse. Again, sugar. Addresses. The wheat. The cattle. The meat. And the beer. So you're going to leave that. It should untick our objective for that. No, it actually keeps those there. Well, alright, if that doesn't matter. Excellent. I was like, look, I don't want to do that. Okay, I thought it was going to uncheck it because we had no longer been doing it. So that's fine. That's going to finish as it is. So let's work on our other things, which is making London happier. And part of that is if I can get in here and actually build the whiskey or the liquor industry, that'd be one thing we can do. So first step though is going to be going over here and hooking this up. Wait, which way did I connect that? Alright, that'll be fine. Cool. Now I can grab the train from this route, edit its route, just tack that on there. It should be able to. You should require apples here.
We don't have Birmingham all to ourselves. The company in our path is an independent private route that shouldn't cause us any problems. We'll deal with these small fry later.
Right. So, if we look at our requirements here, when we get 45,000 citizens, they will require apples at that point. But they'll also want liquor at 60,000. So we've got that going for us. Meanwhile, you're growing. If I get you, what do you need to grow, London? You don't care about yarn. Corn would be the next thing I can do to directly get you to grow. Corn, apples, and vegetables. Oregon Compromise closed. The Pacific Access secured. After years of tough negotiations, there was finally a bilateral treaty that regulates a common border between the USA and Great Britain. The boundary was essentially set at the 49th parallel west of the Great Lakes. Individual voices in the UK and France criticized the imprecise wording, which may eventually lead to farther conflict. But who read these treaties anyways? Alright, so I'm going to make it a direct route from London, I think. Do I want to make it a direct route? How hard would it be for me to squeeze in here? Now give me more direct access to sugar. Yeah, I think I'll go with this. Yeah, these are routes connecting other cities, and this will be just a freight route. So since this will be just freight the entire way, we can get around it. And I have to go over top of their rail. I don't have a way where I can skirt around it. Okay, I think that's as cheap as I'm going to get it. Yeah, I'm trying to make it a dedicated freight route so all our stuff goes through the other ways. And then maybe I'll make this this top lane dedicated express route if we have the need for just that. Okay, and pretty soon it'll be time to replace literally every single train on our network. And it's gonna cost a whole lot of money. Alright, so Birmingham is just super duper well on track. So we can just keep expanding our London stuff, getting that all sorted out, increase the amount our company's worth, the profitability of our network.
Your transport numbers aren't bad, but I have to say, during my time with the East India Company, we shipped at least 5 times as much every day. Birmingham is the gateway for the Great Western to occupy the rest of Britain. That's why we must banish them to the southwest, like a genie to its bottle. So far, so good. You've buttered up the Birmingham people enough, and the Great Western didn't get the concession for this region. That's a victory for us. Our competitors are currently laying low, but the peace cannot be trusted. Attack is the best defense. It's time to start spreading out. Do you see the private route between Oxford and Birmingham? That's small fry, operating independently so far. I've spoken to our allies in Parliament. We're now allowed to buy up small routes like that. Don't wait. Destroy the competition.
Yes. Burn the competition to the ground. Burn them all. I mean, what? Alright, and with that, we go London and there. Choose a locomotive. We now have the Rhine. You are a freight. Before we go too far and get in all that stuff, have you updated my tasks? Oh yeah, advance. So we have until 49. Buy the small private route from Birmingham and Oxford Railway. Or individual routes owned by small independent companies. In order to buy such a route, you must select it. Achieve an express status rail line between Liverpool and Carlisle, and deliver 4 loads of vegetables to York. That actually is a pain. Okay, that's fine. We're working on it. Let's see here. That'll help our profitability. We're good here. Before I forget, I need a supply tower on this route. Okay. So, we've now got the thread and all that going to London. That's all ultimately needed for Oxford, and that's there. What do you cost? For the price of 400,000. So worst thing is I'm going to buy it and I'm going to immediately decommission it because I don't really want that route. Actually, that's not true. I do want that route. I'll have it go down through here, like we'll cut across here. So that way I get the thread to Oxford and then all that. Ah, and I can buy a bunch of separate routes. So I need to get vegetables to York, which is going to be a colossal pain because I got vegetables all the way over here. So that's one option, is to cut across this, which is going to be big money. Or I need to go down here to just past Cambridge. I think Cambridge is the play. Just take it through Cambridge and just ship it through. Because if I put vegetables on our warehouse here, then they'll be able to distribute it elsewhere. Yeah, so you do, all 3 of you do meat. So I do need all 3 of you on that route. Alright, that's fine. So I guess for dealing with that, we'll put a train station here. Oh, that's not that expensive. I was about to say, oh crap, I have to buy a way into that region. Okay, so you lowered the cost of that quite a bit. Okay, yeah, I can have separate rails. So one that goes over here and hits that, and one that's that. So this will be a freight route only, and then this will be not freight. Because my objectives right now are buy the private rail. That's fine. And Liverpool to Charlesea. Carlisle. Or Carlisle. Jeez, I cannot remember things. Carlisle is where? All the way up there. And you want me to have an express route there. Express route from where to where? Liverpool. Oh, that won't be bad. I just get rid of this one and cut straight across. Because like I said, I could sell it. I'm going to get most of the money back because of selling the rail stations. That'll hook up Cambridge, which will be good. Oh, I still need to upgrade our other trains, because that'll just be more money. Did you seriously build another business here? We were going to make liquor. I literally hooked you up. We have apples. We have sugar. You can make liquor. I mean, I guess it makes... Well, no, it doesn't make sense. Because you don't have good access to this. Our competition is dumb. If they wanted to snipe the liquor, I'm actually okay with that. At least it would make sense for them to do so. I just realized I still need to connect these routes. Alright. Because these two will have passengers and express. I want to keep the express route there, and we can go the other way with the other one. You know, it might actually make sense in a lot of cases for me to take these routes that only have like 1 or 2 goods on them, and either direct feed them so like the sugar is connected to a bunch of different cities, or have them operate as a warehouse where I have a bunch of freight brought into one terminal and then shot out everywhere else. So effectively have train stops that are literally just there to supply stuff. Wonder why I can't... That's fine. Alright, so we've got that. So that's all set up there. So for the time being, I can grab a train from here, have it stop here, and there. Make it a Rhine when I have the money. Okay. So I still need to go through here and make the stop for the vegetables. That'll stop here, which should then get York connected, which will be good. I can add more business in all those places if I take the money to do so. London is continuing to grow because I got them more supplies they can use. How are we doing on our optionals? So as far as our optionals go, London's making good progress. We don't have a like Birmingham's gonna get up here. London will probably London will have to get up there for this to accomplish. And then the 300 or 30 million is who knows. All right, we'll do that. Okay. And then once you get that hooked up, that'll satisfy one objective. You'd also bring vegetables into Birmingham as well as London, which will help them grow. Actually, they'll make vegetables available to the entire network, so that'll help everyone grow. So that'll be good. And it beats having to try and get vegetables from that island out in the middle of nowhere. It is one of those things that, like, when you look at the way the game does, it follows what you'd normally, like, a real train route usually looks like, where it kind of just weaves around, like, hills and mountains and all that to not lose any speed. Versus, as a player, just like, no, straight line. Unless there's something I objectively have to go around, I don't want to do this whole big wiggly nonsense. The game doesn't require that level of nuance. Alright, we'll get the 50,000 here. But there's a cattle farm? Oh, I'm sorry. There's a cattle farm? What? We got the cattle way over there. I got the cattle here. So, like, honestly, if I hooked this cattle farm up to Manchester, then I would be able to take cattle off the list here. Because none of the rest of this does meat anywhere over here. So it would be worth me taking Manchester and connecting that as a direct freight route, and then taking meat off of Birmingham. Sorry, not meat, cattle off of Birmingham. That's fine, I don't care about that. So now I can grab this train, you. Edit your route. And add you onto it. Okay, so that'll make vegetables available to the entire network. That's going to be a colossal pain to actually make work. What do we got going on here? That's tunnel cut. At the end of the auction, we get money back. There's a 5% chance of increasing the quality of saboteurs by 1 level. Well, I'm not going to worry about that. For right now, I'm going to do the tunnel thing, because I'll forget that's back there if I don't take it. Okay, and you should already have a supply depot on your route, correct? Yeah, way back here. So that'll handle both the routes here. You've got one. You've already got one. So for achieving our objectives, which we're way ahead of our objectives right now, I need to get the express route to the north and buy the other ones. So this is 400,000, and realistically, I need to get this private route out of the way. Oh, okay. I mean, I could also do a Liverpool route. No, Liverpool already has cattle on it. Yeah, I'll make a direct connection here, and then Liverpool. Yeah, Liverpool can cut through here and go straight up. Yeah, straight up towards Carlisle, and we'll just leave this be a straight 1-to-1 route. Which also work out, because then I could just leave the train stations for these two and just kill this railroad between it. Because also, like, for this one with Oxford with the yarn, I'm just going to make it go, like, get rid of that train station up there. Instead, plug it in down here to Bennett Terminal. That way we can get the yarn there. Okay. Let's start this process. Wait, does their price go down as we hurt their industry? Because you were 400,000 earlier. Then your price went down to 350,000. Huh. Alright, well, I mean, regardless, buying you, yes. Which works out, because building one of those train stations alone would cost me more than that route, so that works out real well. Alright, so first of all, get some rerouting on the network. They've got all that set up. Now I can add a train from Manchester to you. What is my best rate? Honestly, so you have attractive power 43%. You also have 43%, so I'm still going to just use you. We're going to set you up for freight. There we go. And I will need to go here. And you'll need a service center. Cool. So I can go down here. I no longer need meat in this warehouse. Cattle no longer needs to be in this warehouse. So we've got the vegetables, we got the beer, we got the sugar, we've got the grain, we got the meat. We could put the clothing on there. That's a good reproducing. The other ones I don't really have a whole lot of. Yeah, so you put the clothing on the network. That'll be a hard good to get around other places. And you are making fabric here. Oh, you're making fabric here? Why would you do this? Fabric comes... Like, why would you connect 2 points that both make fabric? You're terrible business people. You have no idea what you're doing. Alright, this is gonna be a tricky one to hook up. Buy it and demolish it? I'll need the money, which is gonna be hard to do. Okay, so what is gonna be my best route to do this? I'm gonna have to probably just go over this mountain. Okay, we're not going that way. That's gonna be too expensive. I wanted to make it a through route, but that's not gonna happen. That much bridge? Nah. I'm good. Get out of here, you're $2 million. Okay. I don't remember which lane I started on. Okay, so you're on the outside lane. Means we'll put you there. Okay. So this part's all fine. No. It's almost like going up an entire mountain is going to be a real expensive prospect. All right, we got that spot sorted. All right, so we got that spot sorted. Can't see where the point is. There you are. There. That is a perfectly direct and not at all complicated route. That is going to be an incredibly slow-moving train with a 11% incline. Yup. Wonder. Okay, so that's 360 going around here. I wonder if I could skirt the outside and decrease the cost. It's a shame I'll have to redo that. But if I go this way, and we just said, you know what? Just give it to me straight. Is that the right lane? It is not. I think the one where I just went over the mountain there is probably the right idea, but yeah, it's a much better route. They can maybe save a tiny bit more money if we go tick. Perfect. We cut off almost $30,000. And the second one's not going to be as cheap because why does it want to make it one long bridge? Why does it want to make it one long bridge? That's fine. It'll be discounted quite a bit because, well, actually, even then, that's not bad. It's only 28,000 that's being tied up by bridge. Hey, we got a bunch of stock from inheritance. How are we doing on our objectives? We haven't got any vegetables to York yet. Even though we should be shipping vegetables there. That's probably, I just need more trains on that route. We'll fix that here in a minute. I mean, this would be a really fun route to ride by train. Like, just being realistic for a moment, the view on this route would be great. You leave Liverpool, you look on this side, you've got the mountains out in the distance, you got the ocean, you can look inland, I mean, it's land, it's fine, whatever. You go along here, you go like right along the bottom of the mountains, kind of scooch around them the whole way. That'd be a really nice scenic route to take. I demand extra ticket price because scenery. Do you even bother wanting to hook this one up yet? Because I don't actually need the yarn on my other station. And now I gotta take the time to hook up the warehouses and all that nonsense. So we can go ahead and do here. Because meanwhile, you do need these things. Cool. And it's a pretty inexpensive rail route. Because the other one had to do a bunch of fancy stuff. That's a straight shot right over the hill. And then that'll satisfy one of our objectives. It'll also put cloth where I can get at it down here in Liverpool. I don't think I want to do it. No, I don't think I want to bother with the warehouse because Birmingham can produce cloth now as well, even though it's super inconvenient on a lot of the other stuff. I also still need to upgrade my other trains. I keep forgetting to do that. You know, it says, we can take that ride, but something tells me it would not be as enjoyable as it would be in real life. Yeah, no, real life that'd be far, like, I know there's a lot of people's like, it's just transportation. Why would you have fun with that? This kind of thing, like if I had to go from Liverpool to McLean Station, I assume there isn't a road that skirts the outside of the mountain. I could be wrong. I have no idea what stuff looks like up in United Kingdom and all that. But I'd much rather jump on a train. I mean, let me rephrase that. I'd much rather just not drive. Like, it doesn't really matter what the other thing is. I just don't want to drive. Okay. Zane says, I did a train ride from Montreal to Quebec City and enjoyed that. Yeah, I haven't gotten to do any, like, really long train rides. But all the times I've traveled where I've been able to get on a decent train or a light rail or whatever, I've really enjoyed that. It's much nicer than just sitting in traffic and have to just deal with it. Alright, so that should achieve an express status with the rail line from Liverpool and Carlisle, because, I mean, that shouldn't be that hard. At 400,000, I can buy that private rail, which will do, and I'll just delete it from existence. In the meantime, edit. That's fine. Editing our lines to have the straight upgrade train here. Yeah, because you're mixed. Just have more power. The prices on those trains are skyrocketing. Well, that sucks. We'll edit more of those later. That's breakdown. Yeah, so all my routes are making my...
If you're wondering why we're so successful, it's because of my military background. For 10 years, I was a soldier in the 67th Regiment of the Bengal Native Infantry, and I picked up a few things.
Cool story, bro. Okay. So this route needs more trains on it. To help start bringing veggies back to Liverpool. Because then Liverpool is going to put those out everywhere else. So red, yellow. You've had a breakdown. And how are we doing? We have until June, a year and a half from now. Liverpool to Birmingham has a red one. Yeah, so going out to York seems to still be red. I wish I could almost like heat map the tracks or the lines. Where like I could click on that and it'd show like red if it's mostly red. Like which track it is. So like this track going out it'd be red and that track would be like yellow kind of thing. If over a certain percent of them are or whatever. It's sometimes hard to tell because like this one's yellow. So that implies that we're not having that big a problem. So we're filling up some and not all of them. Can you make the competitions harder? Competitors harder? Yes. This one is the campaign. I actually am not doing anything meaningful with competitors right now. Like, they're not doing anything at all. Basically what I'm going against is I have really tight deadlines to accomplish certain objectives. Oh good, our first vegetables arrived in York. My next objective is to say this route right here. I've acquired it.
Step by step, the chaos left by the railway mania is being cleaned up.
I'd say, no thank you. No thank you. I will keep that station. And because they decided to put the weaving place there, fine, whatever. What is going to be my best way of setting this up? I could just join it into this rail here. And it wouldn't be the end of the world if I did that. I think that'd be okay. So that's your down and that's your up. Oh, and we can get mine back for the auction. Okay, reduce maintenance costs. Yep. Yeah, you can like in the custom game and all that turn up and down the competitors. Right now I'm doing the campaign stuff and like most of the settings you cannot adjust. They're just like locked in. But like I said, I'm not really competing with any competitors on a real level. This is kind of giving us a glimpse in history of like the railway explosion in the UK and all that. So dealing with all that stuff. All right, and there should be service depot's over there. Well, that's a bummer. That's why I could plunk it right there. Oxford to Birmingham. And we can do this in a moment. Oh, you don't actually need any of that, do you? A long section runs without direction. A long section runs without direction. What section? You go from there to there. And a single spot on my grid that doesn't have a direction to it. Oh, nope, you're right. There we go. I don't have the money. I'd like to, but I don't have the money. So I think the next thing I do is I hook up Bennett Terminal to Oxford so that we can get the yarn to here to make the fabric, to do all that. It shouldn't be a particularly expensive hookup, I don't think. I mean, I guess it could be worse. I think we just go with it, though. Because I'm going to have to go over that, so that's fine. Because honestly, down to just getting vegetables to York, and that should be a handled problem. So right now, it's just increasing the value of our company, as well as, you know, making things better in London. Right, and London should have access to cloth via Birmingham. Yeah, I think it's probably in our best interest for Birmingham to yeah, best interest for Birmingham if we went up there and bought the fabric store and made it into liquor. Okay, what route did I... Oh, that is not the route to forget to build a supply depot. There we go. And I'll bring milk up to Birmingham, so we will go ahead and connect it all. Wait a second. Okay. Wait, I was gonna say cancel that. Let's grab our existing route here. Grab you. Add a rail. Add you onto the stop. Okay. Alright, so that connects Oxford up. That should give us more supplies. London should be able to get access to just about anything it needs. It's just not direct. Dover is going up in size, so that's good. What do you need to make you happy, London? Corn and wood would be the next moves, probably. So I've got the corn down here, and there's wood over there in the next zone over. Needy London. Eyes on forever. Meanwhile, you've got... So you also don't have access to corn and wood, so corn and wood would help the whole network. You have plenty of vegetables in stock. You are working on getting them to York? Is there something else York can be producing that we have access to stuff over here? We already have meat. We already have stuff for beer. We have salt up here. They get access to corn up here as well. We'll probably hook that up to Carlisle and then hook Carlisle up to York. Honestly, I could hook up Carlisle. Well, that makes Liverpool have to have a warehouse. No, keep it. Okay. So I think we just hook up the corn to London. I've got the dedicated freight line. So I'm going to just loop that through down here to the corn. Yeah, so I'm going to have a little bit of tunnel. There's no avoiding that. There, so I've gotten rid of a bunch of that. Yeah, so more of it becomes tunnel versus that, the more expensive it gets. Tunnels are just more expensive. I don't think we could really weave our way around it either. Yeah, I'll do. All right. Then I can go on this line and say this train. Yeah, edit route. Add you. Confirm. And I'll probably
Another step in the right direction, but don't let it go to your head. You there! Stop slouching! No discipline. It's a miracle you've completed your tasks.
get
Hello.
off my back.
I'm here on behalf of the company board. I just wanted to take a moment to express our collective thanks for your work. So far, we are very impressed with your achievements, but we still expect even greater things from you.
You! How dare you praise my employees behind my back? Too much buttering up makes one fat and lazy. The nerve! Have you heard of the Great Northern Railway? A dangerous enemy that could leave us in the dust if you don't do something about it. So, what are you waiting for?
Okay. So, have 80% travelers take the train from Carlisle to Plymouth, deliver 4 loads of liquor to London, and then just increase the population by private routes. Alright, so I mean, part of this just buying up these roads is easy. Because, like, for example, this one, once I have the money, I'm literally just going to open it and then decommission it. This force solidifies the fact that we want to go to the textile place here. Cool. Then get the heck out of here. Because what we'll do is we can make liquor here. It already has the sugar and the apples coming into it. So literally I just build a liquor building. London is already directly connected and does have the required population. So it'll help London grow, and it'll make Birmingham grow, and it'll take care of a mission objective all in one fell swoop. Buying the private routes is just money. That's all that is. Just straight up money. All right, so 612,000. All right, so we're just waiting on money at this point. It's also interesting that Birmingham isn't growing more, considering all the stuff we're shipping in. Like, it's become the hub that literally everything goes through, so you'd think it would have access to all the things. Now, it probably does, it's just probably between shipping and all that, doesn't keep everything in stock much. Alright, so we almost have enough for the liquor place. It also probably just means... Is there a topography view? Like, to see the altitude? Yeah, I could show you that here in a minute. It's not super duper obvious, like, I can very clearly see that. It's not amazing with that, but it's better than just not going with it. Elevation is one thing I do wish they could communicate better. Alright, so that takes care of it. But if I go to additional overlays, I can go to contour lines. So it does give you an idea that, like, deeper green is lower, more into the red is higher. So you have that kind of thing. But as you can see, it's not super easy to read, but it's not bad. It looks like just about every train on this route is red. And every train on this route, for the most part, is red. So let's say... Those tunnels are expensive? Oh yeah, tunnels are really pricey. Like, you genuinely want to avoid tunnels. I still have two more lanes I can put to use. Alright, Birmingham is growing. York is growing, that's lovely. York has room for another business, but there's just nothing there I'm like, this way should do. That actually works out great. Oh yeah, because I set that up. I was like, that works out great. That complements my existing businesses. Oh right, because I looked at it and said, hey, if I built this, that would complement my existing businesses. Who would have thought? Yeah, so you need liquor to London. You should have everything you need here in Birmingham for the liquor to be produced. So it's sugar and apples to London. We have sugar. We do not have apples at the moment. Why do we not have apples at the moment? Do I need another train on this route? Probably. Alright. And this one, I've already got my own train doing that. So I can buy up that route and get rid of it. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to have to expand here probably. Yeah, I'm going to have to expand in our... Well, no, because I have to get rid of 5 routes, and I get rid of 3 routes here, and that'll do it. So Oxford grew. Not a real shocker. I am moving supplies through Oxford right now, so it's certainly to benefit from it. So London needs to keep growing. We need the corn and the wood. The wood I gotta go here. And the corn actually should be hooked up. I probably just need another train. Do I have 2 trains on this route? Let's put 2 trains on this route. Oh no, actually it should be fine. The concern is you don't have maintenance of a kind. Does London have maintenance? London has none of these things. So you're getting a maintenance depot. Okay. I haven't decided what I'm putting in London, to be honest. I could put a warehouse in London for moving corn. Gives interesting considerations. Cambridge also is now making the planks. So it might be worth my while to set a route from Cambridge that goes over to London to bring those planks over, as well as get ourselves more veggies more readily through here. Because right now, this one's already putting so much stuff through it, I can't really get it all past there. Yeah. Birmingham is starting to back up. So what we're probably going to do is get rid of the maintenance depot. It's gone. Instead, we're going to put a dispatch hall. What we have to watch is you'll get a maintenance depot. So that'll take care of these routes over here will not have maintenance. Liverpool has a maintenance depot, so you're good for that route. And do you already have maintenance? So you have maintenance at warehouse. Oh, and you already have maintenance? Okay, so we're good on that route. And then we have just down here. I think we put maintenance down here, didn't we? Yeah, okay. So every route should have maintenance one on it. Meanwhile, this route, completely redundant. Gone. And gone. Oh, did that also give me this route? Oh. Okay, I thought it was just going to give me the one. Well, fine. Alright, so to make ceramic, I would need that. So honestly, for right now, just get rid of this and give me the money. Is it possible to make whoever shows chat screen ignore Rual? Hey Rual, I had a thought a while, and I just not getting around to it. Is there a possible way to make whenever chat shows the screen to ignore Rual? Not easily. I honestly, there's been an experiment that sorry, what train is okay, you're getting repaired. There was an experiment that Twitch has been doing where individually on your end you'd be able to put chat on their screen. And I need to check what happened with it, because that was something they were working on that they mentioned and then I never heard about ever again. You must have a concession before you can perform any actions in this region. The region includes thing. You're not purchasing concession. Okay, so I physically cannot get access to this area yet. But I've debated taking chat off the screen a couple of times. So I put it on there mostly for mobile users. But the tool for doing it isn't very smart. It's like kind of literally it's just taking chat and then putting in a browser. There are other tools I might be able to fix it with. It's just not been a priority. I actually got to remember what I'm even doing that with, because I set it up and I haven't messed with it in a long time. Okay, and you are a redundant route.
Ha! My rival on the company board thinks I'm arrogant. Can you believe that? I am the most modest man in the whole empire. That's common knowledge.
Can I actually buy my competitors? No. It's not an option. Like chat on screen, but was a huge block of text and rarely ever shows the entire message. So it's more distracting than helpful. Is this the in-game music? No, the in-game music's pretty good, but there's not a huge variety to it, so it gets old pretty fast. Now this is lo-fi music from Pretzel. Okay, so I need to set up the Carlisle and Plymouth route. Where is... So there's Carlisle. And Plymouth's down here, so I do have to buy this non-optional. And frankly, to make my life easier, would you like to acquire it? Yes. And by acquire, I mean I would like to acquire and then immediately bulldoze this garbage. What are you doing? Do you produce fabric? So honestly, I'm not going to get rid of the stations. Just going to fix their routing. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I could look into it. But I believe I had previously, and there wasn't a whole lot I could do with it. That wasn't a huge thing. Actually, not do it from that one. Let's do it from this set. Now, if I want to sneak one by on the top here, I have the room. Okay. So I'm supposed to get from here all the way down here. Is that just express? Oh, 80% travels. Yeah, that shouldn't be so bad. I can honestly, you're fine here. Honestly, probably branch off around Armstrong Terminal and just cut over this way. I mean, maybe not even that. Yeah, I'll probably just branch off Armstrong Terminal and cut over this way. Do a stop along here. Have it go like that. Let's see. That's an express train. Sure. Yeah, I can see what I can do about that. I gotta remember, like I said, I've been debating because when Twitch announced that feature, I'm like, perfect. Because when I first put like the chat on the screen, I had a bunch of people complain about it when I first did it, and I'm like, no, this is very deliberately for, you know, there's a whole bunch of people who watch on mobile. It's actually a really good experience on mobile compared to normal because you can actually like put the thing on full screen and all that. And for a lot of the mobile users, are very thankful for it. But then Twitch announced, I'm like, perfect. Then I can have the best of both worlds where I can have, you know, the people on mobile can have like that on their screen, and then the people who aren't on mobile can choose not to if they don't want to, or they can. Because it was like you could lock it in a different position on the screen. Now, the downside is, as a streamer, you have no idea where they're going to lock it. And so no matter where you put any of your stuff, there's going to be some number who put in the wrong place, and they'll have to move it. But that to me, it's like, that's fine. It'll probably be a thing that over time, there'll be kind of like the accepted, this is where chat goes. But then I heard about it, and then I didn't hear anything for a long time. So I don't know what happened with that, because it's supposed to be you just hit the gear in the bottom right and it would do that. And I know it last I looked it wasn't a thing, but that's not been super long back. So I don't really know what's going on. All right. So that'll get us supplies for Plymouth. Yep. Need more cash. Always and forever. All right, so Plymouth should be at least sustaining itself. So the next move is going to be to skirt past Bristol. Honestly, if we scooch past Bristol, and I can figure out a way to get into this part, if we go to a warehouse, I was trying to think of the best way to hook up to that it could make logs available to everyone. Because that's been one pain point, is the logs. I mean, actually, I could probably make it available to a lot of it. because we can have one train that goes up this whole left side here, because we need to make the route all the way to Charles anyways. So we go past Bristol, we go up here. Bristol already has a connection for wood. We go along this way and up there, take the wood all the way up to Charlesy. I'll want to get that wood down to London as well, so it could be Bristol also connects over to London to drop that off. Put Bristol over here. Oh, I must first connect a train to Plymouth before I can hook up to another one? Oh, come on, don't do that. I get why you're doing that, so I can't just put a bunch of random scattered stuff. But that actually kind of is a big pain point. If I knew that, I wouldn't have bought the route. That's fine. What I can do is I can take Plymouth. I can take Plymouth past Bristol. Yeah, I'll just like run it past Bristol up here. And then once it's all hooked up, I can try, you know, putting a train station here. The brewery in Dover? Sure. Okay. Now give that a minute. How are we doing on time, by the way? Okay, so I still have just over 4 years to actually accomplish that. Still not... Yeah, that's because I spent more than I had. Still not getting any liquor out of you. Because you should be getting apples, which you aren't. And you should be getting sugar, which you aren't. Which is weird, because you are connected to sugar right here. And you're connected to apples right there, too. And I don't want to put too many trains on it, because right now, this is a really big, busy train station. Oh, right. You need these, don't you? There you go. And you do not have a maintenance building. Oh, come on, Plymouth, get your stuff together. At least we can keep that operating. Okay. Pretty soon I'll have to get myself some more drink. Otherwise things are going good. Alright. Like, they have maintenance depots, because London does not have a maintenance depot. Ah, you just go from Birmingham to London, don't you? Yeah, that's what's happening. Alright, well, was there any stops along the way? No, it's a straight route. That's fine. That'll help that problem. So that'll improve the throughput there. Because Birmingham used to have the service department. And then we got rid of it because I needed the thing for being able to flip the trains faster. And need those apples to get over here. So you're full of wheat. So you probably need another train because you're just... Yeah, I'll put another train on this route, see if that helps. Actually, do you have a... Okay, so we have that one. Let's see if that helps. And those are going back out. You're being vegetables and beer. You're in terrible repair, so I'm just going to put a maintenance department there. Okay. So Carl Island is making Carl Isle. Oh, you also... Yeah, them automatically building businesses is screwing me. Like, I could buy the business and get rid of it, but I was like, oh, sweet, you got fabric. We can go ahead and, oh, you got planks too. I mean, you're not getting wood, so I don't know what you're doing with it. But okay, because I can't take that. I've got the wood over here. And I can't put down another station here until I connect that. It won't let me do it, I don't think. Let's see what happens with that. Oh, it will. Okay, so the next city I can't connect, but I can connect you. But there is not really a good way to connect you at all to any of this. Which is a real problem I'm dealing with. Let's just see which route it's like. Let's do this. Okay, so here's that. We've got our little bridge there. There's no avoiding that. You just want to shoot underneath, and even then you're saying I can't do it. If we can't get around this hill. Hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, so that's actually not that bad. All things considered. I have to like kind of ramp way out and around. But that'll let me connect you up to Birmingham. And we can have a separate route that we take off to the left to get a ridiculous route that goes all the way up to Carl Isle. Yeah, posture check. Yeah, I could adjust in the chair. What I'll actually do is for that stretch, I'm gonna drop the time down to regular speed, and I'm gonna actually stand up, do a quick walk around for a stretch. I'll be right back. So thanks so much for everyone who's been tuning, has been lurking, tagging, following, subscribing to the Bits, Hustle, Donuts, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream, and I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute stretch, and I'll be right back. Okay, just took a quick stretch, grabbed myself a new drink anyways, because they're getting low. I see a bunch of trains not moving. What's your deal? Oh, you're broken down. You just didn't have the icon because I had a railway I was waiting to build. Okay. So Birmingham is getting a whole mess of railway stations hooked up. That's not what you like to see, where it's like doesn't give you the option for paralleling them. That's why. There's the teeniest, tiniest spot there that I can't quite do it. There, all fixed. Oh, nope, not quite. Let's see where your conflict's coming into play. There you go. Just scooch it around slightly. It'll be fine. Alright, so I'll bring wood in. Another train from here to there. And I'll put another one of those. The rinds on it. So I'll provide lumber for that. And I think honestly this lumber is gonna have its own hookups to a bunch of places. So I'm gonna have it go through Oxford down to London. I'm gonna have it go into here. I don't think it needs to cut through the whole way to York and all that. I mean, it's probably going to need to, unless they set up a whole separate train station for it. Do we do that? If we set up a whole separate train station, I can put a warehouse for it to provide to the network. But then I'll have to have it combined with the existing network. I think we do that. So we do all the stuff I just did. It didn't happen. All right. We saw nothing. It was never here. So what we do is on this side of town, you're gonna make me connect the other one, aren't you? No. Alright, Plymouth. I hate to break it to you, but you're proving to be too much of a pain. I'll come back for you. I just need to do this in order, and it's not working. Let's see. Maintenance requirements are lower. Yup. Yup. Okay. So, how am I doing on time? I still have like 4 years. And none of these things are getting done, but that's okay. We'll get there. One thing at a time. So the first one is I'm going to put a new train station on that side of Birmingham. And this one is going to have maintenance depot. Gonna have a warehouse because it's gonna need those. I'm going to immediately slot it into the existing network. Any further concerns or considerations? And we'll do the same down here and over there. All right, so that allows me to get, the wood onto anywhere in the network we want to get it. In the meantime, I want to get the wood from here up to that. So let's get that going. I'll make it that spot. All right. Cool. So that puts Hogan's Stop on the network here. We can also take it a step farther. And do the same over there. So it's not a super clean way of doing this, but that'll be fine. It's a big mess here. I'm probably going to have had to route a lot of this around, but we can get there when we get there. So, the next thing I want to do is before we even start worrying about that too much, well actually, yeah, before we start worrying about that too much, we can go back here, get this on the network. Oh, you booger. Can I sneak in? There you go. Grab you. Plug you in there. Got that one going. And that leaves the last one way down here to be Plymouth because I need that for one of the routes. Sorry about that. Then go over here. Same tracks to same tracks. All right, so we've got all you. All right, and for right now, you have to get that playing again. And for the time being, I can go from Plymouth to Bristol, Hogan Stop, Armstrong Terminal, Liverpool. Why can you not keep going? This is not part of the plan. Why are you not on the same rail? Why did I do that? We can fix this. I figured. Thank you again for, well, I mean, thank you for being involved with dinner.
It was not me.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you chose dinner. That's what happened. Like at the grocery store.
Oh, I bought it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, wait a second, I cooked dinner.
You did. I took it out of the microwave.
You did.
And I took it like it was in a bag, and I like poured the bag into the bowl. Then you split it into 2 bowls.
Yep.
I helped.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate it.
I love you.
I love you too.
Stay handsome.
And you stay pretty.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's curious. I don't have directions set for it. It's fine, maybe, okay. So the idea is I should be able to switch over to those tracks. I should be able to make the run the entire way through now. So if we go back here, go from here to here to here. Actually, don't I already... No, the other one's going there. So to here, to here, to here, to there. All right. And that's going to need at least 2 trains. I can't afford 2 trains. There's a train. Your trains run long sections without a direction. Sure. That's because I didn't have the second rail here. Which I could fix right about now. Not really. I'll fix very soon. That's going to definitely need more trains on it, by the way. 1 train is not going to cut it. I also need to take a train from here to Birmingham that just has the lumber. And I should also have Hogan go down to Oxford. Then it transfers over to London, I think. Cool. Alright, so you're all hooked up. Everyone's all hooked up. I can't buy the plantation. I don't have that kind of money. Alright, so I assume that that should satisfy that. Because while it goes, like, this is a super long ride, but it's not like you're taking your horse-drawn carriage and getting there faster. Because it is a fairly direct route when all things considered, considering, like, you know, a horse-drawn carriage can't go that. I mean, I guess technically I was competing with a boat. I mean, I mean, I was competing with a boat, the boat would probably be better, but still. They have not implied that boats are a consideration. This route is going to need way more trains on it for the ridiculous length it's going. Oh, but before we forget that, get you to you. So that way we're getting wood into Birmingham. I don't think I can transfer. I don't think, like, if I get a good in this warehouse, I can have a train take it back out. I think they have to be separate. But we'll get that going. Meanwhile, from you, let's take you down to Oxford. Because then I'll take Oxford. We'll put a 4-way switch here. It'll take a route over to, do I just go for the right lanes? Because I have the top lanes available in London. But that'll bring the wood through Oxford to help it grow. I think we just put a 4-lane switch over here. And then just have the other lanes over here. I can also put a trains here that goes from this way up this route all the way to York. And first things first, let's get the train set up to Oxford. Then we can figure out how our connection's working on the other side of that. Okay. Because the goal is to make London grow, and London should be growing because we're getting all sorts of supplies in there. I still need to get whiskey to London. Which I should be making whiskey here by now, please. Please tell me you are. You still don't have sugar? You still don't have apples. I don't understand. You have literally a committed route straight for apples and nothing else. I think they're just exporting the apples everywhere. What is happening here? Oh. Oh, it's the supply tower. So I just got stuck at the supply tower. I need to make a bypass lane over there. Oh, you're shipping in wood? Yeah, if you're shipping in wood, it wouldn't be a bad place to make the business for making, like, the planks or whatever. Because that'd work out, because I'll attach Oxford to Birmingham, and then I attach Birmingham or Oxford directly to London as well. That means the planks become available to London as well. So I make both logs and planks available to London. Honestly, the way we might deal with this... Nah, it's fine. We'll just... try to extend out here a little ways. Then you can demolish these two lanes. So get on the same route. I can do this. Hey, I'll go so. How's it going? Alright, because now I could go down here. And build a route from London to Oxford. Put a switcher up here. Okay, so at least we're all connected. That won't be the best way I could have done it, but it's the way I can do it now without huge expense. Okay, so that'll bring logs over. So I think the next thing here will be to go and add a construction here of a sawmill. It'll be 396,000, which again will make the planks available to Birmingham and to London. And I need to get Plymouth hooked up as well. We'll deal with that when we get there. Because then I can add corn to warehouse in Plymouth, and that'll make corn available the whole way. It won't get that far because I won't have enough throughput on the trains to make it. But that's still the idea. Because the big thing is to grow London right now. And then to figure out what is going on with my whiskey. Or liquor. I guess it's just liquor, it's not specifically whiskey, but liquor, which more than likely includes whiskey. Alright. Come on. I'm watching the roads occasionally just reroute randomly, which is just kind of fascinating. Man, the sheer number of minor breakdowns that happen is a whole thing. But yeah, like I'm beginning to see that I'm gonna need bypass lanes for a lot of places like supply places or whatever. Alright. Come on, I just want to put this thing down. Because you're already getting the logs in here, so that should be fine. Okay, so that should be on the network now. Okay, what is your deal? So you're... How is that to Birmingham? Okay, so I don't have... That'll fix that problem. And I don't remember where your supply depot is. That'll fix that. Okay. So let's check our mission objectives. Alright, so we've just about got Carl Island and Plymouth sorted. And so it's literally just getting liquor to London. The company value is increasing. So you have sugar, and you should have apples coming in as well. Another thing we can do... Gold finds in California. Yep, gold rush is starting in California. So you can set up from Birmingham, the second depot. You know, honestly, take out that stop. Bypass directly to Manchester and then York. Don't even stop at the place to get the sugar. We already have the route that goes up the entire west that can have the logs. And you don't have a good angle for getting to London, and you don't have a good angle for getting to Cambridge without crossing over a bunch of rails. And you apparently need a depot? It just struck me that I need you to have more stops. So you can carry the supplies through. Okay. So, the next move is I still have a little bit of time left. You're shrinking. That sounds like a you problem. Sounds like a problem I don't personally care about. Gotta hook that up there. Okay, so minor incline, that's fine. We'll get that supported, we'll get the corn hooked up, all that good stuff. I'll probably need to make a warehouse somewhere along the lines here. Oh, if I I make Plymouth connect all the way to Birmingham's second one, it'd also make Corn available to more of the network. And that'd help out quite a few things. No, being like, trains! Yes, trains. As it was meant to be. That did connect, right? Okay, yeah, it shows the yarn. Alright, so get the bonus for that one. And honestly, I can probably connect that same exact line over here. You love these things? I know, right? Because then I can have the same train just like go bop, 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 bop. I will have to put a supply depot on it. That should work. That'll like literally just drive through Plymouth, drop off, go the other way. New connection bonus. Do that, do that. Drop you here. Drop you there. Cool. You can pop up here and say supply depot. That's fine, we already know. And I can go ahead and choose edit route, drop you on the route, and confirm. Cool. So that puts this on the route. And then we have one route from all the way out here. That goes all the way up to Charlesy. Or Charles Isle. I keep calling it Charlesy for some reason, but Charles Isle. Carl Isle. That's just going to need to be more and more tracks on here. In fact, quiet. Five trains it is. Because it's going the entire length. It's going to pick up stuff at a bunch of different stops along the way. It'll be fine. Oh, one thing I ought to do is for the train that bypasses here, make a bypass lane. Oh no, I'm not bypassing here. Hang on, not there. Bypass here. Wonder why it's trying to do that. What? Why are you doing that? There we go. I can choose direction. Because the idea is not all the trains are stopping here. So I'm putting lanes along the side here for when they don't need to stop. They can switch off and just plow on past. Okay. I could probably do the same kind of thing over here, too. Wonder how well this will work, actually. The first one was just a test. Okay. Alright, so we have a bottleneck here. From the looks of the traffic, we're bottlenecking here. And then Birmingham has been our previous bottleneck, which isn't a shocker. London is still not getting its liquor, which is deeply upsetting. Birmingham should be producing liquor by now, but it's not, because they cannot seem to get apples and sugar. And I do not understand why, because literally the sugar's right there, and the apples are right here. And I have a route with 3 trains on it. Oh, it's always full of wheat. I understand now. And you literally are full, but you're still grabbing wheat. Okay. Alright, well, first of all, 2 of you are fired. Well, 1 of you is fired. We're going to edit your route. Cement? Interesting. So take you off the list. That explains that one. So bypass that and go straight there. You are freight only. 2 trains get to work right now. Full steam through Europe. Cool. And then meanwhile with you, you set a new route from here just to there. Freight only, 2 trains, do it. Alright. Which should then give us liquor. And then once liquor is available on the network, we should be able to start getting that down to London. And London is finally growing again, so we're starting to get probably got the logs in. It does not. Probably has the planks in. It does. Yeah, so it's waiting for the logs, the sugar, and the apples. Which it should pick up from Birmingham. What do you have in your warehouse anymore? I don't remember. You do not have the...
Apparently there have been complaints about my tyrannical behavior. Weaklings! The lot of them! I will take care that they are dismissed without severance pay.
Excellent. Okay. So, what we're up to now is we're just trying to get the population up. Birmingham. Okay. Typical 1800s railroad owner. I mean, exactly. Yeah, so you're good there. So one thing is Cambridge. What? Why are you making planks when you don't have access to logs? Just a curious question. Why is that what you're producing? You don't have basic supplies you need to accomplish the thing you're trying to make, and I'm just really kind of curious the thought process that goes into that. So we recently acquired the industry here. So the meat factory. Yeah, demand for imported grain has been reduced. Birmingham has grown. Yeah, so York to Birmingham is still getting pretty saturated. Well, that's curious. I can't hook up all of them, but I can hook up some of them. That's fine. Maybe we just have to take this farther out. I'm basically trying to make it so, as we're unloading, that there's effectively bypass lanes. Or rather, they can use up all of this place. Why did you set to 4? And then we don't care what direction any of them move. That should make all 6 of those available. And I can go ahead, and on this end, we could just expand it, honestly. Just straight up. Expand the whole thing. Because that should help with the backups all there. All right. So what route are you? Birmingham to London. Appears to be having traffic problems. So one train broken down and a whole bunch of them unable to get around, despite there being a ton of tracks. Like, why aren't you using that track? You right there. Just follow this track. You got a switcher over. Actually, where do you have a switcher? Yeah, it is a 4 switcher. So why aren't you taking, like, yeah, so it's saying you want to switch to that track when this track is perfectly available. You just go right on in. Like, what is... We're just hauling one load of apples, so I'm not super upset about it. But yeah. Are you finally making liquor? Oh, they're finally making liquor. Cool. Yeah, and you're... And Plymouth here is struggling. It needs more basic supplies. Let's make one train that goes from Plymouth. Yeah, because right now we have just the one that goes to huge ridiculous. You got 80 years to get your money out of the distillery before Prohibition shuts it down. This is fair. All right, so you're gonna go ahead and for now, stop at Bristol, stop at Hogan, stop at Birmingham, but don't do extra stops other than that. We'll do that. 2 trains, go for it. Oh, this is Great Britain. They didn't do that. Carry on. So the downside is I don't think we're getting any important supplies on this side of the warehouse. Actually, wait. You're connected to a bunch of these places. Hang on, hold up just a second. Yes, we have a train that goes all the way to New York. It stops here. We've got meat. So we can say cloth and beer. All right, so warehouse, cloth. See, cloth, logs, meat. Wait a second, what? Why wasn't wood on? It's fine, whatever. Beer. Corn will be available here. And sugar. Those should all be stuff that can place could potentially have. And Bristol here needs more stuff available to it. Alright, so how goes the checklist? Still no liquor delivered to London yet. London is starting to get up there in citizens. Our company value is also getting up there. Once we get some proper liquor in this place, London will be a much happier place. Which surprises no one. Oh, you know what? I bet you this is running into the exact same problem we ran into earlier. So we'll take a new train from London, skip that stop, go right here to the corn. Do it. It seems like when you relay through them, it does not bode well. Okay, so you did break down, blocking the entire track from everyone going back and forth. That is something I don't want to happen. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to go right here. You go all the way in parallel to there. Why are you upset with me? The form or length of the switcher is invalid. Move your cursor onto the planned track to make plan changes. Fine. Like I said, this is the problem I'm having figuring out is what the game is doing with the resources. Yeah, it does seem to have some stuff. It doesn't quite do what you expect. Oh, those are just messing up because there is no supply depot anywhere around here? And put that there. And just like we did with this one, I make it a bypass lane that goes the entire length. So if a train breaks down anywhere on here, we can just get around it and just say we don't care. As long as it doesn't break at the choke points, we're fine. So Plymouth is still shrinking because it has like none of the supplies it needs. Which is curious because it can't exactly get a whole lot smaller before it's not even considered a city. Which does have some interesting ramifications. You seem to be doing okay there. Got a decent amount of traffic happening here. All right, Liverpool seems to be a little bit of a choke point here. Not too terrible. Plymouth to Char... Where are you? Didn't you have a service department? You don't. Let's add one real fast. Maintenance department, and do you have access to... Corn is the only thing you can export on to the next stop. But that's fine. We'll go ahead and do that and say, hey, buddy, we have wood, corn, meat, beer, cloth. I don't really have anything else. We'll put that there, but one of the worst names for a city, in my opinion, Liverpool. It is what it is. Okay. Reduces the price of new locomotives, reduces the cost charged, and personnel. Oh yeah. Reduce our employee costs. Absolutely. I love paying my employees less. It's economical. Let's see. We can go ahead. Apparently, liver meant thick or muddy in Old English, and the name referred to tide pools that were there. Interesting. I'll add the restaurant just to have something there. Stop breaking down on your way in. And you have so many rails. Take multiple different ones, please. Oh, I see. You're breaking down along this route because you... Well, I mean, you have a service department right here, right? Oh, right, but you're bypassing it now. I see. That checks out. Well, you can have a service department. Cambridge over here could have a maintenance department. And just for good measure, you can have a maintenance department. And way down here, we had stuff bypassing to go to this one. So just in case I forgot, you can have a bypass department. Or maintenance department. We're just going to make a lot of maintenance departments. Maintain all our maintenance. Okay. So you're Liverpool to London. Liverpool to Birmingham. Okay, so let's add another train on that route. Let's give you a better train. Another one on that route. Let's actually go through our fleet now. We've been putting it off. Get all these things upgraded. Alright, so all of them are Rhines. Rail line incomplete. What? Breakdown maintenance, breakdown maintenance. What? Why are you that? Don't be that. That's dumb. You're a freight train. Don't be set to express. Okay, so that'll help a little bit. Got tons of trains going back and forth. Seems to be running smoother now. We have access to salt and more corn up here. I'd probably bring those into New York. Do you have a warehouse? You do not. But you're going to have a maintenance department, have a warehouse. So what I'm going to do here is we have the money. Go ahead and do this. And this. Alright, well that's... Well, I can't build across someone else's tracks. That's the issue. Alright, that's fine. Like, across my own tracks, we're good. But against someone else's track, they're like, nope. Abso-positively-lutely not. What? I'm gonna go do that. Cool. And so we can do from here is say one there. That's fine. It's saying New York doesn't have, or York, not New York, doesn't have a need for salt yet. And it's like, that's fine. I'm sure you'll figure out a use for it as soon as I set up the warehouse to do it. But until then, it's fine. Then meanwhile, I can go here and say warehouse. Yeah, so you're going to be carrying salt. You're going to be carrying corn. You have access to meat and sugar. Probably have access to beer as well. Would assume all those things. In the half, they're probably not. Alright. So that means we've cut in there. Alright, so Birmingham continues to grow. Yeah, the good news is Birmingham isn't backing up too much. It has a little bit of backup here and there, but I think that's okay. It does look like this route is one that's in trouble. Birmingham, London. All right, let's go figure that out. Smack 2 more trains on it. Call it a day. All right. Still haven't gotten any liquor in here yet. Let's click on Birmingham, the liquor shop. You are at max utilization. More liquor. And when you're done with that, more liquor. So 1.2 million, we're getting more liquor. Because Birmingham will be supplying the entirety of the United Kingdom with liquor. Because apparently they're the only one operating in the liquor business in the whole kingdom. I find that hard to believe. If anything, about 6 of these places should have liquor stores. Or distilleries, I should say. Almost all of them have beer. But there's an incredible absence of liquor. Oh, technically we should be unlocking a whole bunch of extra materials in 1850. Which has me curious. Because that's the first time that I've crossed the decade threshold to see all that kind of stuff. Okay. I see what's happening here. You need that. Trying to check the ones that have small breakdowns, see if there's any other routes that I missed. So London's population's going up. Birmingham's population's going up. Bristol's population's going up. Plymouth has at least stopped regressing. London reaches 90,000. Okay, now that's important for a couple reasons. One reason is that 90,000 have to build a university to be allowed to grow anymore. So that's that. And I could open up another business. So you can make cheese. We don't have anywhere in this entire place who makes cheese, and that in itself is a crime. Because now that also mean London will supply its own cheese. So we still don't have a reliable number of logs getting in here. London North, yep, stock market favorite. So we're still not getting like sugar and apples reliably. We've got cheese. We're not getting cloth too consistently. Why is the local railroad baron's responsibility to build the university? Jeez, greedy plebs. Alright, so that's fine. We've delivered our first bottle of liquor to London. It's happening. Total profit so far, negative 359,000. Oh boy, you go for it, distillery. You're doing good work so far. I mean, that's because the acquisition costs and upgrades has been $1.2 million apparently. Um, oh, what? Takes money to make money. I mean, you're not wrong, but also, ow. Okay, so you're in really bad repair. And I think the reason for that boils down to this is just a really long route you're on. Cannot. Oh, you already have a service department. It's like, I can't build a service department? What? Just marketed as high quality whiskey. You could probably still get a markup on that too. Yeah. All right. And I can't take this territory. So this is only getting to get us to like 80-some%. So there should be one more set of missions after this. I assume we're not going to get a whole lot extra time for it. But so right now we're still working on getting London to have its population, or Birmingham should be coming up on 100,000 as well. Yeah, Birmingham's coming along as well. I'm going to need at least one more city that's going to be a city that we just dump stuff into to make it grow. At the moment, Birmingham is our big supply depot for almost everything, and it is connected to Oxford as well as London, which is our other big one that's got a bunch of stuff. So I'd assume Oxford should be growing. What are you missing? Wheat, corn, wood. That's why are you missing wood with it? Like literally, wood goes through you. You're one of the first stops for wood. Hey, wood, you can handle my business, right? Yeah, you got like 53 here. Yeah, because this route, I mean, this route probably just needs another 2 trains on it to move stuff between just those ones. London's starting to have difficulty handling the traffic. Surprisingly, Birmingham is not doing bad. We're getting a little bit of a... Oh, you're getting backed up because of the supply thing. Is there a good way for me to get around that supply? Alright, so it won't be great. Keep going. So I won't help all the lanes. They'll help that lane over there. Just a precaution. Put a maintenance spot down there. Okay, so that gives a bypass lane for them. So hopefully if they get stuck with people at the supply place, they can just work their way around it. Oh, you can also use an extra business. Well, you have basically everything here you could possibly want. So first of all, you are required to have a university. So you can put that way in the outskirts of town. That requires coal, which I can get. No, you can't get coal. You can't get coal. You could make paper. You could make furniture. Because you should be getting planks in. I think that's true. The planks up there aren't going to make it. I mean, technically you could get planks. Okay. That's fine. I can't afford it anyways. And I can go here and say yes, warehouse. That's fine. And check, do you have planks in your stock? You do not, nor do you have any on your way. So, what sounds like to me is we're going to have to try and engineer a way just to get this to happen. So you are going to go all the way up here. You're not going to worry about any other stops. You grab fabric and planks. You'll have 2 trains committed to that for now. And separately, we're going to go to you, all the way to you. And 2 trains. That way I have trains specifically delivering logs directly to Carlisle, and a separate train that's delivering all the way back to drop the planks off here, which will then make furniture, and then they'll be like in the regular distribution. Because you have a route that goes to... You don't. This will be a thing that helps. So you can go here and say, yes, I would like you... Oh, I have planks right there too. That's fine. We'll have that one go there. Same deal. 2 trains. Confirm. The train line only enters station at Armstrong Terminal to turn around. As a result, your trains may lose time. What? Oh, I see. Hang on. We can fix this. Alright, so it's saying because this doesn't exit in a way that can get to London, it can't get down to that route, it goes this way. So let's make a really ridiculous route off here. Okay. So this can get to...
Man, you know who, once said it's better to surround yourself with reliable enemies than with unreliable friends. Targeted and destroyed. Ha! My opponents will think twice about messing with me. Oh, and you've also achieved your goals. In the north of Wales, there's a private line to Holyhead that will take me a big step forward. If we succeeded in buying it, we would control the main transport route to Ireland. Fortunately, I've been able to convince Parliament, which allows us to purchase access rights to Wales.
Alright. So connect more cities to a rail network, and then do these other things. Still, before we get caught up in all that, what I want to do is I want to connect this route so I can get to London. They got a couple options for how I could do that. Like right now we're just turning around in this terminal, which is not great. So I could have this hook over to that. If I do that, well no, that's still going to be a turnaround point, won't it? Need to hook up to this set. The curve on the track is too tight. There we go. Hook up to the bridge. Yeah, problem is that has to ping pong back. I need to hook up to this route. I love how it crosses over itself in a wonky way and just gets progressively worse. That's my favorite. Alright, let's not do it that way. So I needed to keep going over there. Yeah, that'd be fine. So we could make it so scooches over here. Yeah, what I need to do is I'm trying to get down to London, which is way down here. And I've got both of these two routes already go that way. So I've got this whole network here that does this. The problem is the train is on these two tracks. That goes over... Sorry, no, I'm lying. It's on these two tracks. Now, I can't just put it over here, unfortunately, because this is on the top set of tracks. What I might be able to do... What I'm trying to do right now is see if I can't hug this over here. Can't you accept the gridiron a bit? I'm going to have to delete these tracks and slide them over, and I'm trying to be lazy about it. What? You can't go over that? Come on. Yeah, and the downside is it'll still be on the wrong set, because I need it on this set, not that set. This would work, getting it over here. Go north and loop around. But I wanted to do it directly. Okay. It's valid. It ain't pretty, but it is valid. Good enough for me. How are... Oh, I was going to say you aren't valid. Excellent. That looks like some highways I've been on. Okay, so with that now, I could go ahead and say you. To you. To you. 2 trains. Alright. Oh my god, there is quite the backup in London. Come on. I was just like, let's add more trains to that specific spot that is apparently backed up. This'll be great. It's a shame I can't grab existing ones and say, just shift you over. Like, you know, pay the money and all that. And I'm also scared if I delete that, will it just get rid of all my trains? I'm gonna have to, because this is too much backing up in one spot. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. So with this, grab you and bring you a long ways this way. Then do the crossover. Same exact deal, but now I'll be able to go here and say, Use every single lane you can get your hands on. It's okay. Is ever so slightly not long enough for 8. Those aren't long enough either. Okay, and go here to the extra little bits. Let's see, I think that's what those white extend dots are when you extend the line. I think that's what those white dots are when you extend the line. Oh, I'll have to check it out later. Okay, so now I gotta correct the direction of this, and my hope is that all those lines I just disrupted will just be right back into working order. Good, they are, because I didn't have anything going through. Nice. Thank you, game. Alright. So that should help with the backup here, where they could switch to whatever lane they need to get to. Oh, and before I forget, I did have to yank out a supply depot, so let's put that up here. Small breakdown. And you're waiting to be deployed despite that train station not being that backed up. And same here. Alright, so that should help a great deal with all that. What the heck were even our mission objectives? Make more money, connect more cities, buy a small private route.
As in the eternal conflict of nations, the weak are consumed by the strong, and thus become part of something better.
Buy the route, immediately demolish it, don't care. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, friend. Oh, I apparently recently acquired the vegetable farm in the middle of the water. Okay, I guess. How much would it cost me to hook you up? I am sure it is upsetting. Ah, it's fine. Just a cool $2 million to connect that over. Just a $2 million bridge to connect that garbage over. You can keep your vegetables. I don't want them. Okay, there's a lot of stuff over here. There's a lot of stuff over here. Alright. How can I even hook this up? Oh, I have to put you all the way up there? come on. All right. We're going to have that. And put them through the Armstrong terminal. All right, 1 second. This is going to have to be a multi-stage thing. And the reason for that is I've got coal here, I've got sugar, I've got lumber, I've got cattle, I've got more lumber, I've got all sorts of nonsense happening back here. And I want to hook it all up, but it's going to take a little work. The downside is as well, there's all of this going on. So first, hook you up to the system. We'll add this. Oh, keep playing. Come on, man. Well, I do want this to connect in with the rest. All right, quick change of plans. We're gonna change that route to hug the other rail at least long enough that I could get it on a 4-way switcher. Oh yeah, you did mention there's something about dots. It doesn't mouse over tell me anything, unfortunately. Oh. There we go. That was about where the fourth dot was? Makes sense. I gotcha. Alright, so that connects the coal up. But not worry about too much yet. So the interesting thing is we did get past, or we're getting about to be past the 1950s. So I'm curious about that. We do have until 1952 and 1953 to finish our objectives. Alright, so next after Fleming, I'm going to have us go up towards here. So this will have those that gets brought in, and Fleming will connect that way. I'm also going to have Fleming connect down this way. Sorry, 1850s. So now what I want to do is put you here. Did I really do it? It's fine, whatever. I'm not going to use all those lanes anyways. Perfectly fit. It's going to be horrific on there because of all the slowdowns, because of just all the elevation changes. It's fine. It's perfect. It's just the way it should be. Yeah, it should not have been set up the way it did. It's fine. Alright, so that connects those cities. So do this. and this. All right, so now we're ready to start putting a train on this route. Actually, we're not. Out and back in. Okay, for the moment, grab you, go here. Skip that, and you go into this train station. Put 2 trains on it. That's fine. So now you can go to your warehouse and look for the duplication between the 2 warehouses. Both have beer and meat. So you can go here and say, forget the beer, forget the meat. Because you now have access to coal. I don't care about anything about there. And eventually I'm going to have chemicals there. Or paper. I haven't decided yet. But the point is, we've got coal here now. So another need's going to be met. And from here now, this shouldn't be too hard to set up. We just go boom. And I left the right 2 ones over here open. Oh, we'll also need a service depot and a supply stop. Actually, isn't there a supply stop right here? Got a one there. I'll have to put a supply stop on it. It'll be fine. Okay. So we're doing pretty good at getting everything wired up. But we'll put a service stop here and a warehouse so I can get those access to the network. I'm not going to bother hooking it up with Liverpool or anything like that right now. I'm just making Birmingham my primary hub for everything. Eventually I'd need to make ways to bypass it, as it cannot handle everything. But that's for later me to deal with. Alright, that should only require 1 train to handle that. Alright, meanwhile, wait a couple ticks, and I'll see if I can't buy that farm. And I now get to own the farm. I don't know if I want the farm, but I mean, someone offered it to me, so like, I'm not gonna say no. So next up, you need a service department, or maintenance department, whatever. Don't worry about the warehouse quite yet. And just like that, you're all hooked up, and we can now go here. Boom. Warehouse. Yes. And that warehouse can stock wheat, lumber, beer, and coal. So that makes Swansea available. I think we're going to do the exact same strategy we just did for the previous one. Which I'm going to go down here. Drop you over here, I think. Yeah, not going to bypass. You should not be complaining about supplies. But let's just fix that anyways. Yeah, so your impression is that should allow us to do the, Actually, I don't need to do it that way. I say, but the impression is that that would be the one that determined the four separation. So we'll go ahead and do this. You at the far right. Okay.
Success! Our network extends to the Welsh coast. Those who want to travel to Ireland must now use the London and North Western connection.
Yay. Forcing people to interact with us whether they want to or not. You want a different option? Too bad. There is no different option. There's just us as an option. We will go ahead and set up a train here and there. Right. That's right. What I need to do is go down here. Okay, how's this gonna work? Because I put the cross here, it shouldn't matter, right? That's fine, I'll just go farther. It's like 4,000. Cannot afford. Try again. Okay, so now my theory is that I can go ahead and say yes. Yup. To that one. Yeah, that'll be fine. And we'll say 2 trains. So that's all connected. I believe I put our supply depot. Doesn't matter where I put it. Yeah, so that's going in there. Just put extras. At this point, it's like, we have one train that's not fit. Don't care. Put a supply depot. Alright, so now we have a train stop here. It doesn't at all matter which lanes I choose, because I'm just going to snap into this. It'll be the only place it ever serves.
Oh, well, I'd actually set up this goal to make fun of you. Well, you made it.
Okay. Hey, Ethereal, how's it going? Alright, so get sugar shipped in here. Alright, so we have achieved the amount we need. London is getting to be large enough. So Birmingham is over 100,000 and growing. London is continuing to struggle just because traffic mostly, I think, at this point. It'd be good if I could get rid of its maintenance department to have it turn over faster. But that's fine. Liverpool is shrinking. Why is Liverpool shrinking? I mean, it's not getting enough of its supplies. I guess there's too many trains taking up the network that don't have proper supplies. Do we have a route that goes here? There's something else we should have. Well, actually, first, do I have... a route that goes from... That's Birmingham. Birmingham 2. Do we have a route that goes from Birmingham to Liverpool? I do not. I do have one that goes from Birmingham to... Let's make one train that is just committed to Liverpool. To see if we can't supplement its needs. Meanwhile, I can go here and say, I'd like a warehouse. Yes. I'd like a maintenance department. Yes. We could set up this train station over here. And then have a dedicated train for that. Then go to your warehouse. Alright, so you're going to have potentially wood, meat. We'll say cattle, even though you're probably not going to end up shipping that on to anyone, and sugar. Alright, so let's see. The other day you were playing this on a much larger map. Is that a sandbox mode versus the story mode type thing? Yes. We were playing on custom. They also have separately sandbox, which is, I assume, like, your money doesn't matter kind of thing. But, not confident in that. Alright, so now we have even bigger freight trains. Increase the mass speed of all earlier locomotives, up to and including that. Alright, so just make my trains faster. So York's population was toggling going up and that from then on a little bit. Yeah, so we just need to have more profit. More profit will win. Oxford's getting bigger, London's getting bigger. Manchester's getting bigger. Carlisle is getting bigger. Oxford's getting bigger. Pretty much everyone but Plymouth's getting bigger. Because Plymouth is kind of out in the middle of nowhere and doesn't have its basic needs met. And unfortunately, like, this one, I can't actually buy out the competition. Like, the other ones, there's always the option I could just be, like, buy up the competitors and, you know, get rid of them entirely. Oh, we forgot supply depot over here. And there. Okay, that's one thing we can do to help is we can make a bypass lane along here. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. Give me just a moment so I don't forget what I'm doing real fast, and I'll give you a proper shout-out. There we go. Wait, what are you doing? No, don't do that madness. Stop that. Alright, What? Why would you do that? Good enough. Alright, and set the direction that way and this way. Okay, so let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. So shout out Suey. So I do hope you had yourself a fantastic stream there, Suey. What were we playing? Final Fantasy 14 Online. Hope you had a good time with that. I watched you play it a couple times. I'm always scared to get into another MMO, but it looks good. Like, the stuff you can do with, like, your own houses and that looks fancy as heck. But, well, yeah, I'm obsessed. Excellent. That's what happens with MMOs. That is playing an MMO as intended. Alright. I know I'm going to regret doing this. Get rid of the restaurant. Get out of here. You're not wanted. Dispatch all. Put that in there instead. Anyways, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in. And welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed and all that good stuff. But these days, and I mean always, I am a variety streamer. At the moment, we are playing some Railway Empires 2, where we are playing through history, like from the dawn of the railway industry, and then absolutely demolishing our competition and setting up monopolies, and, you know, basically screwing over the entirety of society to line our pockets, but doing so in a morally positive way for ourselves. Cool. I don't even want this, but I have so much money I'm going to have it anyways. Because that's the way we're rolling now. If it's not mine, that can be changed. Like, actually, let's go into our towns. I do not own these stores in these towns. That clothing factory is not in my budget, actually. That beer, also not in my budget, apparently. Never mind. I'm not as wealthy as I thought I was. But right now, we're just finishing up the last of our tasks we need. I just need to make myself more profitable to finish this task. And it's also, like, I get bonus things if I get these. So I'm getting pretty close to getting London to 120,000 population. I don't really have a second city in great shape for it. Oxford's probably my next best bet, because Birmingham is like my everything goes through Birmingham. Like I've said, it's kind of like a hub. I import everything. I am noticing the train traffic jam is getting really bad. Like, really bad. It'll be fine. But, so Oxford being between London and Birmingham should benefit by having all those goods shipped up between the two of them. So it shouldn't be that big an issue. Yeah, because it's getting lots of supplies in here. Bet you get that. So we're right about to finish with this mission. But yeah. Oh, and for those who don't know, Sui's fantastic content creator. You should absolutely follow Sui. Does variety content, pretty much the same kind of stuff. We collabed and everything, so definitely worth checking out. Just started with that. My brain is all over the place because I'm trying to keep track of all the things going on, and then a whole bunch of new science opened up, and it's all shiny, and it makes me want it. Increase the number of passengers in all city with one of your train stations by 5%. But that might lock up my entire system. I'm actually not going to take that one, because if I'm moving all those passengers, my freight is probably going to have problems. I mean, hell, my freight already has problems. It just bottlenecks in some of these places. Alright, so London's getting real close in at 120,000. Birmingham is going to beat it there. Birmingham continues to grow. It has broken 120,000. That one's working its way to 100,000. If that happens, we'll get another one of these tasks done. So I need to make more money. But the problem I'm running into right now is that Birmingham is just kind of gridlocking. So I'm thinking my best investments at this point is to just buy up all the other businesses so they count towards my profit. That is ridiculously expensive. And I'll buy the brewery. So then their profit is now my profit. We'll get the meat factory in Birmingham. I don't even want to think about how expensive you're going to be. Actually, not that bad. All right. I wonder if that cuts into my profit now that I own the business that was buying the materials that I was selling to it. I didn't think about that. It'll probably be fine. Because I assume it'd be the citizenry that's actually buying my end product, not all the other stuff. Okay, now I own everything in Birmingham, and I own everything in London. How's that affecting my profit? It hasn't really changed a whole lot, but that's fine. I'm not buying the wood factory in Cambridge. Cambridge's like, we don't have access to lumber. Let's make a place where we have a sawmill. And you're going, but you don't have access. Oh, Bristol made paperworks. Bristol, that's actually smart. I'm gonna buy it from you. Like, genuinely, Bristol. You have immediate and direct access to wood. Oh, you're going to need a dispatch center to help this out. Actually, what are you waiting on? Alright, so I'm gonna need, like, bypass lanes or something in this place. Yeah, we can do that. So back here, like, go along there. Oh, that's not what I wanted. You don't line up the same direction. Oh, that is chaos. Hang on. So I see a network inefficiency that's hurting us. So if we look at the roads, that goes up, that goes down, that is going the wrong way versus that. Oh, good. It was just the one. I got scared it was going to be the entire network. Okay. I got really worried there for it to be the entire network was wrong. And the reason that was a problem is because they would sit there and they'd crisscross just to go where they're going. So they had to wait for the entire station. I'm still not taking that. I'm waiting for this stuff. So you're at 300,000. Still gaining. Bristol is missing goods it needs. We'll give you a maintenance department. Yeah, so once we get that set up, we will get the paper products produced. Sure, I don't actually know if I want the clay pits, but I'm going to go ahead and buy them. It's like this business is no longer profitable. Sold. Now, if I reconnect it to the network and I find someplace I can set up a ceramics shop, then I will make it far more profitable. I don't actually know what the dot on the minimap means for these. It's not a city? Maybe. Well, no, those are cities. Because otherwise there'd be more dots down here. Maybe it means there's a service department in it? Maybe. Alright. So I still have almost 3 in-game, well, a little over 2 in-game, 2.5 in-game years to complete that, which I'm still just going to try and rush it, because that's the point. Alright, so I now own that. So I'm going to correct their supply problem. Now, it does mean I need a maintenance department, but what we'll also do is put a warehouse here. And that warehouse is going to have meat. Going to have lumber. And it is going to have that. Is there anything else here that's in the area I should be adding to that? Cattle. Fabric. Corn. Okay. So I own all the businesses in Bristol. So you're all settled over there. You're also okay. What can I do to help Plymouth out? Okay, so you can get a much faster freight train. It's a shame it's only freight. But if I do that, we could start investing towards a much better mixed train. The icon for paper being toilet paper? Yep. Alright, of course they have a train breakdown right there. Good. And this is going for super cheap.
In the military, you learn the importance of supply lines. Same here. Only through a strong network can our cities be supplied.
Cool. Birmingham shrunk? Don't do that. None of your basic needs are being met because I think we're gridlocking. It's because I have so many broken down trains all of a sudden. Like, my entire grid is covered with a bunch of broken down trains. They're all in, like, okay states of repair. You're in a bad state of repair. Gonna have more maintenance depots on the line. Just going everywhere and being like, look, maintenance center. All of it maintenance there. Alright, so Plymouth is starting to improve. That's good. I think because I had that one backwards here, that was bottlenecking everything there. Yeah, so the south entrance in Birmingham is struggling to keep everything full. Like, the whole network is pretty full of trains at this point. Because I can't add anything than those main routes that go through Birmingham. Like, it's getting to the point that I probably need... New York? Not you too, man. Wait. Why are you struggling with wheat? Like, literally you have a straight-on route from wheat. It just went from about a few gigs left in my computer to having it all. East North. Alright, well, we could probably fix this problem by going like this. And if they can't solve their own garbage, we'll just add a direct line to the wheat ourselves. So that way I guess they have 3 separate train stations delivering wheat to them. Because I don't even know how they're struggling with wheat with that. Okay, so we've got a direct one-to-one route there. So 450,000, I'm going to buy them up and get rid of them so I don't have competition here for the wheat. Well, less competition. I still have the other network here. Have a balance of 300 whatever per week. Hey, good. We bought out a neighboring rail. And demolish. Excellent. Well done. So we have that. We need supplies on the line. Cool. Bunch of sugar moving through. Okay, because that's broken down there and there's only one route through, that's bottlenecking. Which is backing things up. Now I just jumped to 507 gig. So, like, did you uninstall just a single Bethesda title? Because that sounds like just Fallout 4 or just one of those games. Because those games are all ridiculously large installs of like 100 plus gigs. Yeah, so traffic here is becoming our pain point, is what's happening right now. Why are you rolling through with like nothing? Why would you even bother? No, just mod files. There's so much that could be said with that. I'll put a hotel there. Put that there. Yeah, I did recently acquire that rural business. I mean, I don't really need any of your stuff in the network, but I do own you now. So I do feel like I have an obligation to hook you up to the network, so at least maybe someday you might make some money. Probably not, though. Okay. Build that. Build the neighboring one. It's like, but I don't have anything to deliver. It's fine. It's fine. Fallout 4 had around 1,300 mods. It's okay to admit you have a problem. Because I don't think clay is ever needed by itself. It's stuff you make with clay that are... Yeah, clay is never needed by itself. Yep. Alright, so... Okay. I am buying that plank business, and we're changing... Well, no, do you have coal? You have coal here, right? Don't you have coal in your warehouse? You do have... Well, check that. You have access to get coal. Oh, come on. Alright, so you make a bypass up here. Actually, we can just use these lanes, can't we? So I can't have both? I live with that. Okay. Because right now that one being broken down is blocking everything up. Let's see. Export warehouse and production. So let's see. Cattle, you have cattle, meat. You could use more meat. I can't afford it though, so you're not gonna have it. Alright, so London did go back up to full size. Let's go get more mods. I get it, you like mods. It's fine. Could you check the task list? You were stuck at 100 or 370. QTR report came out and see if your business or buying helped out or hurt. It's still stuck at 307. Like, it's weird to me that it's not moving. You think it'd move at least in some way. Like, good, bad, or otherwise. Wait, why am I not seeing trains in these routes? Why? Why am I not... Hang on. I should be seeing trains in those routes. Why can't I select my train routes? Alright. So it's saying we have utilization here. Alright, let's try this again. I mean, there's literally a train right there. What happened that you're not showing me train routes here? Did something happen and I lose my train routes? What? Why aren't you listing them here either? Oh, when we rerouted our train at some point, we broke something. They're not even connected to Birmingham. Okay, what happened? Because you should all be able to reach that, right? No, when I changed that, I broke it. Okay, I see what happened. We just broke it. Alright, we can fix that. That isn't too hard to fix. What I just need to do... Or does hello, sir, I just got out to operate steam engine in Illinois in the past week. Had a great time. Nice. Okay, now if I click on this. Okay, cool. Yeah, so when I changed the gate to not be able to switch all four, it couldn't get onto the track we want to. Now, one of the things that would be nice is if I could get more of these in here. I don't really have a good way of doing that, though. Because this one's not being overloaded at all. Alright, that should help our profitability for one. I'm still scared to take this one. It'll increase our profit, but I fully expect the whole thing to just shut down. Like, just straight up shut down when the passenger just overwhelm the entire network. So they're all starting to go up. They're starting to go up. Alright, what I'm going to do is, because that number's been locked for a long time, I'm going to save real fast. New save. I'm going to save real fast, and I'm going to reload. Yes, we literally just... No, that is not what we just saved. Save game. August 31st. Load game. There we go. Can you drop a link to its program if anyone has interest? Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to. I have links disabled. You can post in the Discord and that kind of stuff, though. But yeah, we have links disabled just because of that. Alright, so let's see if this updates. Because it's been stuck at 307,679 and not moving at all. And I don't really know why. Because, like, it should go up or down. Like, I don't care. Like, at least movement. So that way go, okay, here's things I need to change. Maybe that's the max QTR week you ever had. That might be the highest ever. I thought I saw it was higher than that. What is... Yeah, it'd be here. Average balance. Okay, our average balance is 260 something. What has killed our thing? Probably expenses. Yeah, so our staffing costs have gone way up. Our maintenance has gone way up. Yeah, so what I've probably done is I built way too many service departments is one thing. So I need to actually go... So here's the catch. If I go here... You do have maintenance department. I don't know what the dot means. You put in the science chatter? Cool. Awesome, sounds good. Alright, so we need to lower our costs a bit. So... The issue is I was getting frustrated with all the things breaking down. So I built service departments everywhere. Especially along this route, they're not necessary. So I'll have one on this end, which we do. So you don't need one. We can go down here. Let's actually check. So Armstrong has one, so you don't need one. Actually, I take that back. Liverpool probably does need one. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the reason I was like, I don't want to take more than that. The big problem is I have traffic issues. Slowed due to not having... Oh, right, because... Yeah, so I need to just get people through faster. If we can get our tech through where I can get this general purpose one better, quicker, that'd be a big win for us. Increase the maximum speed. Locomotives can corner by 10%. Allows you to construct, buy, and run factories. Okay. Oh, turn our overlay. Yeah, you're shipping nothing to nobody from the looks of it. So what we might need to do is we need to try and improve some of our utilization. I just realized I have 2 whole extra lanes that are not being used in Birmingham at all. These are express lanes now. These lanes are going to be just for express. All right, I like the enthusiasm. I don't think it's gonna work. Yes, I do want to. Probably have this split off back here. And that'll be a straight shot. It dips under there. It's going to... Actually, it's not as expensive as I thought it was going to be. Build that. Make the match. Now I can take a train from here. Blackmail, your company received no.
Lucky you. The blackmailer tried to turn their threat into reality, but was caught in time by your security personnel.
Alright, so. Dining cars increased ticket revenue. Mail cars carried on all trains increases the mail revenue. So is the mail car guaranteed for mail? We'll have to check that. Express. Okay, yes. So we'll do that for right now. But I'm planning on making an express line that goes just a whole way down over here or whatever. And honestly, let's edit this route. After Manchester, go for New York. And also after that, we can go to Oxford. We can get to Bristol. We can't get over there. So the next one we would go to would be Oxford, then London. It'll be express the whole way. Wait. Oxford. So we're not stopping anything that isn't a city. Fraser Terminal to turn around. Where is Fraser Terminal? Where are you doing that? Why are you using that to turn around? Wait. What? Why are you... What? What? Why are you using that to turn around? Why would you go this way? Try Birmingham 1, bring that up. Suppose Birmingham 2? Why are you the way you are, game? Okay, there we go. But you're going through Fraser Terminal now. That's the whole thing I was trying to avoid. So why would you not... So after Manchester, take that route. Why are you not willing to take that route? You should be able to get to it. As you're going here, you just literally follow that out. I don't... Oh, I see. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. And then it would return. Okay. That is a ridiculous roundabout way of doing it, but that's fine. Oh my god, please. So it's going to Oxford, that's a problem. Oh, right. So we can go London now. Then from London to Oxford. Then go to Birmingham. So the problem is involving Oxford. We just need to not involve Oxford. Because when I involve Oxford, it does a weird turnaround. Wait, don't you... You should be able to go through this one to Birmingham, too. You go through here. Ah, no, I don't see, actually. Because literally this track is where I want. So click on you. Oh, right. I can't get up to those lanes. Okay, yeah. I can't get to those lanes. Alright, so cancel that whole nonsense. How in the crap would I even fix that? I like the idea of fixing it, but how would I even fix that? You know what? I'm gonna buy a strategy of I'm not gonna bother going all those other places.
Is sparsely populated, but it lies between England and Ireland. That's why routes in this region can be very valuable. I must congratulate you. You've accomplished everything I've asked for, and even more. You've outlived me in this enterprise. Supposedly my personality is no longer in line with our company values. Pah! I will simply move on to bigger and better things.
The success of the London and North Western Railway had permanently changed the face of British railroads. The patchwork of the rail network had been cleaned up, and passengers could now travel from London to Wales and then Scotland on a single ticket. The company had achieved its goal and had become the largest public company in the United Kingdom. But new opponents had also risen from the masses. These competitors were so big that they could not simply be bought up.
Okay. Was it gonna nuke to fix your problems? Yep. So we got an achievement, resistance is futile. Yay, and let's see how we did. So the highest score is 771,000 and some change. And we got right about, honestly, in line with our last one as well. Do I start the next map right now? Cause... Alright, bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast. And then I think we will start the next map. So give me a minute. I just need to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Come on, everyone away from... Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 To figure out where that dropped. I'm curious what made it happen. Like, whether it was an incubator I put on and just forgot about, or just like some random drop, or what brought that about, or like some node. Well, first of all, let's be smart. That way it's saved. Okay, so, you know, and I'm back. So we're going to go ahead and start the next chapter. I do think maybe tomorrow's stream I might just start with this game. And then the next stream after that, we'll get back to Oxygen Not Included. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to do another variety day. We'll figure that out. But I'm enjoying this game. Because I had, we're about to get stories, so I'll get interrupted. But I had actually talked about that. I had looked forward to seeing what the train situation was in Europe or whatever.
I intended to realize the Nord Express more with the pen than with the sword. Nevertheless, I had learned from history to be prepared for all eventualities. Rigid national borders have always limited the spatial expansion of European companies and rail networks. But in America, the sky was the limit. As late as 1869, several parties had cooperated to complete the first transcontinental railroad. But soon after, the various individual players began to realize their own mammoth projects. In their dogged race, the companies kept getting in each other's way. But in the Wild West, anything was allowed.
All right.
So, you're the railroad virtuoso I've been told so much about. It's a great pleasure to meet you. It really is. My name is Colonel Cyrus K. Holliday, but you can address me simply as Colonel. I believe that God gave us civilization to make the wild lands subject to man. as it says in Genesis. Fill the earth and subdue it. And that is what we are here for. It is our manifest destiny. I've been working on my goals in this region for 15 years. The war has held up much that should have been reality a long time ago. For example, look at my magical little city of Topeka. I founded it in the firm belief that this land would become the most lovely and desirable that the sun has ever warmed. But Topeka has stagnated. It must be our first priority to change this.
Okay. So we're now at the point that the Civil War is over. Music. There we go. The Civil War is over. So we're supposed to connect. Let's see. We need lumber, corn, freight cars, transport a total of freight. I mean, I guess it's just freight of any kind. Advertise a settler bonus for Topeka. Gotcha. Okay. So we need to find lumber, we need to find corn, and just generally move stuff. So let's see. We've got lumber, we've got wheat. We got a weapons depot apparently up there. Got corn way over there. So I actually have tons of resources around us to ship in. Like tons and tons and tons of resources around us. Oh, is there like literally no rails here at all? Oh, there is no rails around here at all. Interesting. All right. Well, actually, I take that back. There's one rail apparently way over here. Denver has a single section of rail. Is that it? Is that literally it? So I've got one competitor who's got a tiny little spot in Denver. All right. So it looks like I can start anywhere, but my goal is to get Topeka fixed. I have to the end of this year to get Topeka at the lumber. So lumber is going to have to be a priority. But I'm pretty sure I can't put train station. Oh, the map is much bigger than I gave you credit for. I was like, wow, these are all so close. Yeah, actually, no, space is big. That's what's happening. Space is big. All right. So I'm going to try taking a different strategy this time, and instead of having it where I have like each of these have its own hub, I'm going to try and just have Topeka deliver to a bunch of different cities. Or not Topeka. I'm going to have it deliver to a bunch of different cities. So I know they want me to get... Topeka's going to be one of the ones that gets it first. We'll do that. Okay, so the plan with this is Malone Stop is going to connect to Kansas City, Topeka, Wichita. Is there anyone else? So we can make it Omaha. Is there more lumber? No, lumber. Omaha has its own lumber, so it's going to connect to these three cities. Oklahoma City will be our hopefully someday expansion. So I'm going to start this by... We have that built. So since we've already identified, because you can't go far north. Okay. We've already identified. That set is dedicated just for Topeka. Oh, what? Oh, that's considered in our city's area. That's fine. We will just narrowly nudge around it. That'll be fine. So it's 2 station platforms. That's 500,000. And we'll have a train that goes from Malone to Topeka. And it will be... So let's see. You have attack power of 64%. Or I can make a freight that has a little bit more. So we're going to go ahead and do a freight. I don't think there's any... Increase the efficiency of all employees. This has positive effective maintenance required. Tick prices seeds. Yeah, none of those will matter. So we'll do one train there. We will need Topeka to have a service station. Okay. Oh, actually, I changed my mind. If I change this route the way I'm thinking about doing it, settler bonus? For newly founded cities, literally enters automatically soon as the city is reached. When do I have to offer the settler bonus? I don't have to offer the settler bonus for like a whole extra half year, so we're not going to do that right now. So what I was thinking is, go here, forget the maintenance depot there. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put over here... And then for now, we will add a supply depot because I need to have one. We'll put it right here at the bend. Send it to slow down anyways. All right. We'll also add a depot over here. And in our freight. All right, so we get 2 notches of research. Use assembly lines, production of goods to make more efficient. Don't care about that. Boiler cleaning. The water and sand lubricating oil consumption of your locomotives is reduced by 5%. Private agreement. After the end of an auction, we save more money. Gentlemen's Club. Increase the profitability of quality saboteurs. Residual value you get from replacing old locomotives is better. Accelerates the processing of all wagons by 5%. That one's a good one. Increase the number of passengers for cities. Reduces track construction costs by an additional 5%. Okay. So Topeka is going to start growing because we're getting it its supplies. All right. I'm curious what the weapon depot is going to be about. If that's just like another resource, because my assumption, because it's a weapons depot, not a manufacturing place. So that's what makes me curious about that one. All right. I'm already seeing a problem with this design I'm doing here. And the problem I'm going to run into with this design really quickly is I'm not going to be able to pass through stuff very well. This will be the express lanes on the far right. That'll be for connecting cities. It also almost makes me want to have like one. You know what we're gonna do? That's fine. This will be eventually just our freight. Will be this side. That'll be strictly freight. And I'm gonna make a second station that'll be strictly express. It's going to be extremely expensive, but I think that'll be fine. So what do you need? Like, what else do we need? So we need corn. We need 8 loads of corn. So that's the nearest corn is way over there. The good news is this place is really flat. So building these railways, like the rail part, has cost very little. The stations are extremely expensive still, but... Alright, now the last one is to connect you all the way over. Alright, so I can't build a second one yet. It'll take this line, and we will go here and say edit line. Actually, what happens if I do that? We'll figure it out. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we've got that set up. And I will need a supply depot on this route. Yeah, my plan is to try and have a completely separate, like 2 completely separated networks. One for express and one for freight. And just see if I can't make that work. It's going to be a lot of overhead from doubling up the rails. But it might prove interesting. The challenge is going to be dealing with my own rails in my own way, trying to have separate networks. And I can have them cross, but I have a feeling as one of the train stations builds up a lot, that'll very rapidly become a pain point. I'm also realizing, where I was like earlier, it's like, yeah, let's not put this here. I'm going to need that to be here. I can't afford to put one on every one of those. It's fine. They'll take care of those trains. Do I also have a supply depot on you? I do not. All right. Am I losing money? Was me trying to be not clever, but trying to like sit there, like maybe I could have connected that through that. Reduce number of rails. Where's the train that's supposed to go from this way? Why are you not doing anything? Well, we might be doing a quick restart on this. We'll see if when this goes... Alright. So the thing I'm learning here is it's trying to be all clever with this. Are you going to give me a bunch of money? Oh, you're going to give me 400,000. We'll be fine. I was going to be all clever with this and be like, yeah, we'll set up all the infrastructure. Topeka will gain a whole bunch. But it looks like I'm actually not gaining very much money from having the one-to-one freight thing, because these individual freight lines are not making much money. Four stations, 2 trains. It's actually 3 trains, and one has no freight. Yep. Because these are going to get ahead for now until Topeka gets bigger. So it's trying to future-proof, but the problem is the future, I got to get through the now, and we're not quite there yet. So I think this style is not going to work. Oh man, you're not going to give me anything until you get the whole way. Yeah, and that's the thing. It'll be very profitable later, but I'm not going to get to later. Yeah, I'm just going to do a fast restart. I don't think that's going to work out the way I want it to. So the issue there was because I have so many of the trains that are just like straight up not doing anything. It's just not a winner.
So, you're the railroad virtuoso. So, I've been told
Stop talking.
about.
Stop talking.
It's a great pleasure to meet you.
I don't want you to talk.
It really is.
Did you not talk?
My name is Colonel Cyrus K.
I would like you
I'd like you
to stop talking.
As Colonel. I believe that God gave us civilization to make the wild land subject to man.
I don't care.
It says in Genesis, fill the earth and subdue it. And that is what we are here for. It is our manifest destiny. I've been working on my goals in this region for 15 years. The war has held up much that should have been reality a long time ago. For example, look at my
I still do like the idea of separating my freight from my express.
And desirable that the sun has ever warmed. But Topeka has stagnated. It must be our first priority to change this.
Why are you still talking? Okay. So I do need to deliver lumber first. And honestly, for right now, here, actually. Right now, I'm not going to do the 2 rails kind of thing. Nudge. Nope, don't actually. Was that shift click to get rid of you? Nudge, just in case I do decide to put the second rail. So you start with that. And we'll do that for now. That'll get us that. It also wants us to get the weed in here. I'm gonna set you that way. That'll actually work well. Will that work? Yeah, it's fine. So that part is staying mostly the same. Now we're going to go here. I do need a maintenance department. You go along here. Let's see. Yeah, so you're the 5th one. So we'll put our supply depots I need here. And there. But rather than immediately beeline to try and connect the other thing, let's try and get ourselves to be more profitable right away. And the way we're going to do that is I'm going to go over here to Wichita. Do you specify what and how many cars each freight type has per train? No. I can specify if it accepts passengers. And stuff like that. Why are you doing? First, you must connect the train station in Topeka to your rail network. I have a rail. Is Topeka not part of my rail network? Is Kansas City considered? Like, this is my only train station. Literally, I've got Topeka connected to multiple things. You centered me on Kansas City, so I'll assume you're considering Kansas City part of my rail network. So in that case, let's put you on this side. It'll be one to the right? Yeah. Actually, there's literally nothing else over there. You're getting the far right. The far right pair, that is. That'll be our freight. Okay. We'll also try and get corn over there. Oh, good. It made like the tiniest little bridge there. And now the big thing that I didn't do last time, which is connect the cities. That one's going to get double lanes. Which I can't afford yet. But we'll get there. So you get the mixed one. Okay. So that should be a bit more stable. I still have things I need to set up on all this. So there's the maintenance for you. And I will need to go here to supply depots. Yes, it's 6th one, so I can put you there. So you're good, you're good. You need one. Which route were you? 4, 5, 6, so you're good to be here. And I have the money for it. Alright, that should help a lot. I'm connecting a lot of things. But the next thing I'm going to do is I want to hook up Wichita. It'll take Wichita and I'll hook that up to Topeka as well. You get the idea. In hindsight, okay, we can make this better. Or we can make this more efficient. It's fine. We'll get there. I need you on that side. That's covered, that's covered. You're not covered. So I'm trying to decide, is quite a few things here. I feel like the way I'm designing this is not going to be efficient in the long run. Okay. I'm hating what I'm doing already. New plan. This rail is gone. Oh, I don't want to listen to dialogue again, but we're gonna go ahead. I don't need every one of these having their own direct connection. Because if I do that, it's going to end up being a problem. Because it's so much repeated infrastructure, it's going to be untenable. So instead, we're doing the way we were doing last time. Putting this here, we're putting that there. Putting this here. I'm taking the train that's on this route. Question mark? Okay, so I can edit your route. I'll deal with you in a minute. You'll get a route, don't worry. So we'll take this stage into Kansas City. We're going to edit that route, and we're going to add... Why can't I add Topeka? You're not on the same rail. Of course you are not. Why am I like this? It's fine. At least I get all my money back in these. It's fine. So we're going to edit it so it's on the rail. Actually, I do want that on the far right, and I'll get Topeka hooked up there too. I have reasons. I am just second-guessing everything I'm doing. Don't mind me right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get rid of this one. And take it all the way over to this end in Kansas. And plunk it down over there. Okay. And I'll get that. And now with that, Kansas City doesn't need its service depot. And there's a reason I was like, wait a second, I should just change the entire thing. So yeah, so now we're delivering logs straight through Topeka. Both of them are going to get logs on that one chip. So it should be enough for one train to do freight to go through 2 stops. And with that, what I could do is I could do kind of a similar thing. What'll be the best way for you to get wheat over there? That'll probably be 2 different ones. We'll have one that goes from here to here, and one that just goes straight on to Kansas. Well, Kansas City, I guess. Alright, so you've got that one. You've already got trains set up for that spot. We can pop over here. You already have that hooked up. That's fine. There's more stuff down there, so we'll leave that oriented that way. You're not going to want to have anything else on this side anyway, so for right now, I'll just plug you in over here. Duplicate it. Okay, and right now these are freight. They're going to stay freight only for the moment. And we'll get that sorted out in a minute. So the downside is I don't have a good means of getting lumber from here to here or from grain to get there to there. I could put a warehouse here to facilitate that. And maybe that's what we do to help Topeka be like the important hub. That'd be very expensive to do, wouldn't it? I'm going to do it anyways. So, warehouse, yes. Warehouse, you're holding grain. You're holding lumber for right now. You're also going to hold beer, cloth, and meat. And I'm going to be required to get you corn soon enough anyway, so I'll put corn on your list anyways, even though you don't have it yet. Alright, so we've got those set up. Yeah, and that should facilitate all of these, and since Topeka is the center point that has the maintenance depot, they should do all that. You've got a... They both have supply depots along the way, so now I've got all 3 of those hooked up. Now what I do want is I do want to yeah, so we have Kansas City to Topeka. This route. All right, so you're already a mixed route. I should get all my money back from that. We will expand your route to be that. That route can go away. And then this route can go away. Okay. So that should connect all of those. And at the moment, I do not have any express routes. Or any routes that take people on it in general, I should say. Because right now I just have these two that are just... Wait, you should be set to freight. Edit rail. Freight. Alright, so got our connection on here. So that gave me enough to hook up the corn. And I will do mail and express in a minute. So let's set you up. That's fine. I'm going to use one of our existing part of the platform connection. Where's Topeka? There's Topeka. We'll use this one here. Why is that not unhappy? Cannot construct tunnels this length. You're starting a tunnel? Where are you starting? Oh, I see. Do we grab... We should stop for that along the way, right? I won't be able to afford it, though. So I'll put this here for the veggies. Alright, so we can... Don't buy yet. That's what I thought. There, so we save at least some money. Alright, and... We can go ahead and choose you to you. Great, I can't afford it. It's fine. Alright, so the big thing I'm going to need to do is get our express/passenger connections going. Because maybe I've not been noticing, but maybe my passengers are all my money. But at least with this, we'll be bringing a bunch of money from that. I think that's it. I think literally the passengers are a bunch of the money. I can't remember if I switch trains how bad the loss is. I think we just have to do it though. Oh crap! Those trains are a lot more expensive, aren't they? Let's see. Here, we can refund this for now. And we can go here to this route. You know, honestly, the time being, we can do an express train. They'll be sharing the track, so it actually won't be that good. But increase our revenue and increase our mail revenue. And express. I'm gonna go this route as well. They're just gonna get stuck behind the freight trains. But it's a thing I'm doing now for like future thing. Alright, so the hope is with this. These will start making us some money. Actually, what am I doing? We can make express lanes. You know, like the game is at the beginning like, you should make express lanes. It's like, I should make express lanes. And then I don't. And then I wonder why I have all these traffic problems. Why would you want to do that? Okay. So that's the express set of tracks. You know, I don't care. It's fine. And do you have a supply depot? It's back there. Well, it's up here now. In a moment. It's gone from there. And instead it's over here. Alright, here's hoping we can actually make some money doing that now. Alright, reduce our need for resupply. I probably need to start earlier on with just mixed trains. But we'll see how this works. I'll be right back. Okay. Hopefully it's smart enough to not put them all on the same rail. The good news is we are apparently making a profit. So that's a promising sign. And then I'll get express train going here as well. Well, I mean, I have one. It'll get its own set of rails as well. And then we'll end up needing to go all the way over here for the corn, which is going to be a bit of a challenge. All right. I'm immediately realizing I have a problem with how I set up this whole thing. Alright, cancel that. So the issue I have is I chose these far right ones. Actually, I can make this work. I make this work. This won't be too bad. No, I can't. Disconnect all that crap. Because what I need to do, I need to go in from here. Yeah. So these are going to be my freight lanes. So I'll do those first. And so that should reroute everything through it automatically. Cool. Did you only have the one? Oh. Did you reroute? Okay, yeah, they already rerouted. Cool. So then with that, now I'm not taking up those far right lanes. I can go from here. I can connect that. And connect all this up. And again, have the bypass lanes. That way, as the city grows, it shouldn't bottleneck as much. I can have freight on one side, that and the other. And if later I have to like really separate it out, that'd be fine. I could delete and like route it just totally different. Want to make sure I have room for it all right from the get-go so I don't get plagued as badly later. Why are you so expensive? Station platforms. Oh, I see. When I've been building these, I've just been like, let me set this in the correct one. I didn't think about the fact that you're paying for each one of these rows, which makes a lot of sense. But also, ouch, that costs money. How long do I have to get the fourth thing done? I have to the middle of next year. Okay, that's probably fine. And the freight's going to be done no problem, and the lumber's going to be done no problem, so that's all good. You know, forget that for right now. And forget the bonus lane for right now. That's fine. We'll leave those out of this right now. We've got this set up. It's fine. It's growing in population. Next, we move on the veggies. And then we make our way over here to the corn. Again, our settlement down here. So good news. Well, that's lovely. So good news is, can I... What happens if I set your maintenance higher? Like that's... Transfer the maintenance limit set here to all other places. Condition repaired. Locomotive service. Conflicts. Does that just mean they will always do maintenance every single time that a vehicle comes in here? Like, literally any vehicle that pulls up, they'll be like, nope, patch it up. I could see where that'd be valuable if you have those on the on these ends, where you can have them park and it's just fine. You had to do a whole bunch of service. I'd see that being valuable, because them breaking down on the track like this really bottlenecks everything. All right, so if we put You here next. Honestly, yes, I've got some stays up here, so let's go to that spot. Hang ride directly on the surface, having the minimal amount we go in there. Yeah, so the earthworks is almost nothing on that. It just tracks. Oh, I need to keep you fast forwarding. You're still showing us having 3 rails back there, aren't you? Oh, interesting. I'll deal with that later. Right now, I just need to keep operating until we can connect the next one, which would then bring vegetables onto the network. Okay. So I wonder when I have multiple trains pulled in, like if they service only one at a time. Because the catch-22 is if I add them to service every time, it services for less time when they arrive, but it means it always like stops a train, wait, goes, stops a train, wait, go kind of thing. That's fine. Alright, so you need about 300,000. Surprised you're not growing as well. I would think all of the trains should be growing. So you need the wheat and the corn. So you gotta find a sweet spot. That's what I think. I think what ends up happening is like if they sit there in always service, it does mean they bottleneck here, which does mean they're not breaking down nearly as often along the way, which can gridlock things, but it means you will always have a hard cap what you can do here. So it kind of feels like what you end up doing is you want to have like the spots over here do the maintenance, because that's not a big deal. It goes over there. There's not going to be very many trains over here. So instead of having your main hubs have any kind of maintenance at it, you want the outliers to have the maintenance at it, just so that's where they stop and you don't care. And instead, you have your hubs have, like, you know, warehouses and the thing where they can turn them around real fast. The downside is by putting them all out in the outskirts of these places, there's, you know, a lot more expense by having to pay 75,000 per. It sounds like you invented a train depot. That's also kind of one of the things I'm wondering, because I noticed, I think you can just build train station. Yeah, you can just build a train station in the middle of nowhere. It does make you wonder if you do want to have like a train station that's just by itself, that's just nothing but a repair depot that like a bunch of your trains go through. So most of them will just fly right through without stopping. And then you'll have, you know, all the ones doing their maintenance. That's it, honestly, with the 60, like the 60% or whatever. That's still enough repair that they go like every other time. The demand for good grain has been reduced. Voting rights for all. New Women's Association established. The National Women's Suffrage Association has been founded in New York. Its founders, Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Stanton, oppose the 15th Amendment of the Constitution, which prohibits the oppose the 15th Amendment of the Constitution that prohibits disqualifying people from voting on the basis of their ethnic origin, but does not grant women the right to political participation. And indeed, this is often overlooked scandalous state of affairs that does not benefit a modern society like ours. So basically, like, we want to vote. Could do back-to-back stations, one maintenance. Yeah, I have to see if there's nothing at the station. I mean, that's what they do in real life too, right? The depots are at major shopping centers like ports and strategically chosen crossroads. Yeah. So that's the thing I gotta wonder is if I put a station here that the trains just go flying through, will they stop and then go?
On the freshly laid tracks fills the air with joyful anticipation.
Cool story, man. How much corn do you want me to get there by that? It's like 8 loads. So 8 loads of corn is literally one full truck of corn. One full freight dedicated thing of corn. Yeah, so I'd have to experiment with putting a stop in the middle that does nothing. Car. We need to advertise, which is 400,000. All right. Some more science. So this gives us an even better express train. Sure. You're telling me Topeka needs more corn? But that's all they have? My immersion is ruined. Well, this is Topeka way back. Like, we're in the women's suffrage movement level of time. And we're getting our corn. It's right over there. I just don't have a train to it yet. Big corn hasn't moved into Topeka quite yet. Yeah, Wichita is growing. I still find it interesting that Kansas isn't growing. Considering it's on the same route. Oh, that'd be because you're bringing nothing back. Oh, you just don't have enough wheat coming in. Oh, the little wheat farm can't keep up. Well, no, that's not what's happening at all. Why didn't you take a full load, man? I don't understand why you didn't take a full load. You took like half a load, even though they're sitting on like 20-something corn here. Because this doesn't pick up anything. It's literally from here to here. And that one is committed to freight only. Versus this one's express only. And like, why are you only carrying 2 things of logs if this place is full? What? So you're actually taking decent supplies back to Wichita. Like, maybe you could bring more. Are you going to stop for more wheat? You should stop for more wheat. You're not stopping for more wheat. I don't understand. Unless the demand for grain... I don't understand. Because I would like you to pick up, like, look. You still broke down to like what we're keeping the repair at like almost 100%. Non-demand, so it isn't picked up? Right. But the whole point is this has a warehouse to carry grain to supply it to the next place who does have demand. That's the confusion that's happening right now. Okay, so right now it's bringing 1 unit of meat, which is probably what it had to spare. It's stopping here. I want to see you full of corn, man. I know they got 30 corn there. I want to see 7 units of corn. Why are you continuing on? I don't really get it. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Because, like, again, they got 19 more units of corn. And it's a freight-only route, so it's not like they're saving people, like, saving space for mail or passengers. They're not allowed to take mail or passengers. Like, and that going home with nothing doesn't surprise me. They're not bringing in. Like, the passenger cars are going with, you know, a unit of passengers or so. Well, no, that doesn't even make sense. It says that there's this many mail... Wait, let's see. Oh, I got a whole bunch of passengers who want to go a whole lot of places. I don't get why it's not fully utilizing. Like that, I mean, that's got 2 extra cars that are just, well, 3 extra cars are just surplus. So it's good about actually transporting stuff back to Wichita. Well, I might be able to bid on it, but do I actually want it? No, I need to save my money to get this route going, because next year I have to have the corn delivered. Okay, so we're getting more passengers each time. Is it like a popularity thing that until my railway has been around long enough? I want to see 8. Why are you stopping at 3? They have 19 more for you. Da, 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 da. I don't get it. I genuinely do not understand. Because it's slowing down. Like, this is saying the demand is reduced because the stock has hit its max in the brewery, I think. But my warehouse should hold the grain. Like, is that not the point of the warehouse? Grain for Wichita. Right, but you also need grain. Let's double check. Make sure I don't have anything scuff on my lines. So you have you. Edit your route. There is the problem. Kansas City should be in between. There we go. That's our issue. That's what we have going on. Without direction on tracks. Where? Okay, there we go. There's the problem. So the issue was the freight train, for some reason, wasn't going to Kansas anymore. So Kansas was not on the list. So that's an interesting thing that does add. That deliberately, this won't carry supplies unless there's someone who wants them. Because I was going on the impression that you'd deliver it and be like, I'm not empty, please fill. The vegetable farm near me once. But so I do want it, but I need to pay for the connection to it. I don't have the time. I want it, but I do not have the time. Actually, let's not do it from this one. Let's instead go from one in, just in case I want that spot open later. Yeah, let's also, instead of having to open all of these up, let's make that narrower. Okay. So first, shift you around here. Yeah, because that reduced our cost a lot. All right, so at what level do you get demand for vegetables? 40,000. And you're getting there, but you're not quite there. There's no point in putting a train on that yet. Because it's just going to go there and do nothing. And not yet, but I want to get Kansas hooked up to the to this. Because my understanding is we will be able to see like horse-drawn carriages carry goods back and forth too. All right, reduce the cost of recruiting personnel. Let's see, reduce the cost, charge, person to office, and all that. Total bonus to research, that's fine. Running costs of maintenance posts reduced, yes. Yeah, so Wichita is fast growing because we're exporting everything over there, but that's okay. All right, now that we've got everything fixed, well, it's going to be completely full of meat. Okay, that's fair. Where are you getting your cattle? Oh, your cattle are being walked in, so we'll need to hook that up to train as well. We'll get there. Yeah, so then they'll pick up the wheat, they'll take that there. It'll get ping-ponged over there. Yeah, so it's a full... That's what I want to see. I want to see you fill up every spot of that thing. Alright, because the next stop... Yeah, because I don't need clay, and that's outside the zone anytime soon. We could also put the clay on that same route as the cattle. Because it's looking like there's generally just big areas with no cities in here, which is kind of cool. But it means my logistics are going to be a little bit tricky because I'm going to have to, like, run stuff through. So when it comes to freight, the freight's going to get pretty boogered pretty fast. Do we keep it on the second rail? They'll add a cost. Yeah, there's enough cities down below. We'll put on the second rail. That's not the second rail. That's fine. It's actually not gonna cost, like, the earthworks is... Yeah, the earthworks are not that bad, all considering the distance. It's just I gotta pay for the station and the tracks. Alright, but once I connect that up, that'll get us in line for doing our next objective. This is a rail game, not a transport game? No, I got that. Oh, you can't just ship the stuff down the river? No, not allowed. Do you see that? Even for Wichita, that river is basically inaccessible. It might as well not be there. You don't have that front row seat delivery like on the rail station, where, you know, we literally just chop through the middle of your town. I do like the procedural generation that as you add buildings, like, it'll put stuff around the buildings and move it around however it needs to. It's a neat effect. That said, I wish Captain of Industry was more popular on Twitch, because they just had an update. I don't know why, but the whole mechanic about where vehicles passing over the same area, like, you don't formally put down a road. It's just they drive over the same area again and again and makes like a dirt road where they drive through. I like that mechanic. I'm a big fan of it. I wish more games did that. Like, and I'm cool if I go in afterwards, I say, yeah, but I want to pave it. That's fine. Alright, so we've almost got this one met. We're working on this one. The other one, the problem is I also need to get 450,000 by this point. And part of me wonders if I should have just not connected to the next place and paid the money to increase the population to get more people mailing and driving back and forth. You know, make the express rail more profitable. Like, the population's going up in all three of them. Well, it will be going up in all three of them. Oh, that's interesting, because now it's going to block us from getting lumber because it's going to be trying to catch Kansas up. That's fine. That's where we'll end up having the situation where we'll end up putting like 2 trains on that route or whatever. That's not a big deal. That should pay out when we get to Kansas City, which then I'll grab fabric. It'll go up here, probably get more stuff for Kansas City. I'll start to go, please stop, you're hurting me. And then eventually it'll go the rest of the way. Wait, why are you taking... Alright, you're misconfigured. You should be freight only. Because I don't, like... I have express trains that I get paid more when they have passengers and mails on them. So I want them to use the trains that give me extra money rather than the random freight train. There. So you're set to freight. You're an express train. You're set to freight. Okay, so it's just the one was wrong. Oh, yeah, and they're bringing in all that wheat to be passed over to Kansas. That'll be perfect. Okay. Where is... Yep, so now I have the freight train drop off all that stuff. Maybe I have to tell it to add another stop to Kansas City so it stops here. That's what's happening. Okay, that should be easy enough. So what I can do now is we can go to Kansas City again. Gotcha, that's good to know. I should be able to do the same thing going the other way here. Let's grab the freight one going this way. So edit its route. So we have where it goes pop, 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 and we want to add that in on the way back. And that should like loop. Because otherwise it's stopping on the way out to try and pick up stuff for the whole thing, so it should do a better job there. So that's one nice thing about kind of starting one that's almost from scratch, is it is giving me the advantage of kind of letting me go back and see all the places I got pain points. Man, there's so much here we didn't do. Let's see, reduce the cost of constructing bridges by 5%. Amount of bonds you can issue. Reduce the cost of constructing tunnels. Increase the transport revenue from mailbags. Yes. Profit from all your factories. We'll get the... Yeah, I'll just choose it. Let's keep grabbing those things. All right, so now all 3 cities are now growing. Perfect. All right, so you dropped everything off, so you're carrying nothing through, so you'll actually pick up the lumber on the other side. Because that was the problem, is it's going, I have a bunch of stuff for Kansas City. Okay. Instead of dropping off at Kansas City, then going over here, then picking up lumber, then dropping it off. That's perfect. That's way better utilization. So we're learning stuff by having a very small situation that we can keep an eye on closely. And same thing. It grabbed a bunch of stuff for Oka, whatever, and it's grabbing a bunch of wheat to then fill that up as well. That's better. So that means what I'll end up doing is, for this one, I don't need to go there. What I can do is I can tell it to go here first, and then if it has enough core, I can just fill up with that on the way back.
These
Alright.
goods will be put to good use.
Nice. So now we're needing just the 8 loads of corn, and then to advertise. The good news is once I build the track, it shouldn't be hard to get to the 8 loads of corn next. And we're almost there. I guess it's a 209-mile long track, so I guess it would cost a bunch of money. I also appreciate that this game doesn't do the thing where I have to wait for them to build the track little by little. Nope, don't do that. Alright, so for the moment, just go here, then here. So your freight, you're set to freight. When we hit 68,000, you'll be good to start hauling corn back, which can then be distributed to Wichita and Kansas. One thing I find interesting, it doesn't seem to matter what train I put it on, that they only carry 8 cars. When in reality, when you look at trains, they carry a heck more than 8 cars. Oh boy, do they carry a lot more than 8 cars. You see trains go down the road that'll have like 80-something cars behind you. You're just like, when is this ending? How does it keep going? What is this madness? It's 1868? Yeah. So they put 2 engines on it. 16 cars. It's fine. I guess the big thing is on this one, the stops aren't ready for it. So you'd have this train that'd pull up, it'd have like its 8 cars, it'd empty that, and then it'd have to pull up, and then empty the 8 cars, and then it'd have to pull up. That there's not, like, you wouldn't gain much from that. Alright, so the corn will start being on its way. Man, that's 150. I'm going to end up needing it, because I'm probably going to need 2 trains for that far of a trek. Oh, do that. But at least that brings corn to Topeka, which works out, because that's the mission objective. Let's not do that yet. Don't mess with that. Hey! You got bigger. Bigger enough for a second business. But you already have brewing, and we already have cloth. You could make planks, but that'd be a little out of the way. That they have to bring the logs here, then over here, then you have to bring the planks back. But it doesn't sound like a bad idea. The other thing is I need to get that hooked up. Right now I need to wait. I need to wait because I have to advertise to Pika. Oh, good. It gets cheaper over time. At the beginning, it was like 450,000. I guess because we're closer and closer. I'm right about hit the amount, so it's like literally I've waited to the last second. There.
Trickle into the west. Soon they'll be like a rushing current.
Cool. All right, so we just literally have to wait for the corn to get back. Our wonderful supply. In one run, we're gonna have enough corn. Oh, one thing I'm going to have to add here, is that's in my supply depot. Yep, trains. How's it going? All right, there we go. That took care of the supplies. I can't pay for it, so that's you're sure. Did we not deliver? Why would it say deliver? Okay. Oh, you know what it was? 5 of those went to Topeka, and then the other 3 are destined for the other 2. That's fair. Either way, we're going to be done way before it's a big problem. So that's fine. So the next thing I want to do is I want to hook up this, which they're offering me a bunch of money if I do, and I need to hook it up anyway, so that's perfect. I'm also end up needing to hook up the cattle. It's going to be interesting, because like I said, there's a handful of cities here, and there's like a whole big bunch of area that there's not stuff. And you got like just the occasional scattered city. Like Santa Fe and Albuquerque over there are way over there. There's just a whole lot of resources and not many cities. So I'm going to have a lot more freight infrastructure than we normally have. Yep, so Kansas City has double up arrow. Topeka has double up arrow. Wichita is already a size larger. Alright. So let's get back to fixing our rails. So it started here. Well, actually, we'll save up our money. We'll get the second rail here. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a second freight going all the way out here because it's 230 miles to get out there. More than likely, this is going to be a situation where we have to have a bunch of these brought in on the same rail system to Topeka, and then Topeka will distribute them out where they're needed. That's going to be interesting. I'm probably going to have like infrastructure out here in the middle of nowhere to ship stuff as well. All right.
The shipment has arrived. Ah, I thought your way of doing business would be right up my alley. Efficient and reliable. Keep it up, and God will open all doors for us. Now we must not let up. In sleepy Topeka, the seed of true growth is stirring.
Okay. Grow through passion. Make 7 different goods available to Topeka at the same time. Deliver 8 loads of fruits to Wichita. Fruits? I guess they mean, I guess apples in this case are fruit. So I can go down here to the Indian Territory. I'm going to go to Nebraska. There is no fruit out of this, so I'm going to have to acquire the rights to another location. Which either way means at least one other city I can go to. Now, if I go to this one, I get duplicates of a lot of my materials. If I go to this one, I get duplicates plus coal. Coal's a new... Well, I mean, actually, I have coal way over there, too. That said, I have a feeling I'm going to have to amp this up with another train. Let's at least get that connected. All right. So, 7 different goods. Well, I mean, the fruit will be 1 more good. I still think I hook up the yarn first. How long do I have for that stuff? The end of next year. Why did I take all those all those ones on the far side so I don't have any room for here? It's fine. Because if I hook up the yarn, that means I'll get the profit from shipping that over. It'll also mean I get the sign-on bonus, assuming I do it in time. You know, just do a split off. Can I do a split off up here? I have to do it past that. I do that, just have one split off over there for the freight. Probably not the best design, but I think that'll be okay. And so then these 2 lanes will be ones that go back and forth. It also might be considering, do I have a need for more freight trains? Are we doing good? I think we're doing okay. I got double up arrows on both of them. Then you're doing fine. The one other thing that changes is if I bring the yarn through and it doesn't go through Topeka, this will be the first place where we don't have them serviced. But I could see a thing where I take the freight train through Kansas City, then on there, just for the purposes of servicing. Because I don't expect much to be down on this side of the route for long. So this is actually not that hard of a problem to fix. All I do is I bump this over 2 lanes, and that fixes it right there. So we can go ahead and just do this. Thank you. Smash that. And just like that, that problem solved. That should automatically switch over. It has. Okay, so then the idea is I would take this one and make it go in around here. And I'll have it go to Topeka to be serviced for now. I think maybe later I'll put the servicing on this end. And like eventually that'll be something I probably just do is move the servicing to the remote station. So like have like the cattle on Wichita. They service there. They go through, speed through all this, go back, get serviced. Do kind of same thing here, as I'll do it here. Probably there as well. But the thing is, every time I do that's like $60-something thousand to put the servicing station. So that's a big expense. But then I can make this go way faster. Oh, I guess here I was saying I'm going to need another train there, but I guess not. Why aren't you happy? You have corn on the way, apparently. You don't have any corn in storage. That's fine. How much does it cost to move in there? 260,000. Okay, increase the probability of high quality saboteurs, don't care. Residual value you get when replacing old locomotives is cool. Maximum speed of early locomotives. Accelerates the processing of all wagons. Yes. Okay, so I have to be careful. I got to get fruit. Fruit is going to satisfy both those. But to get that, I got to get this zone. And I got to build a train station. And I got to hook it up. I've got plenty of rails extra here, so I can just plunk that down over there. And I got plenty of rails available here as well, so that's not even a problem. What I'll do is I'll probably... of course I put that right there. Here, that's not a bad position for it. I just need to not be on this side. So go here, smash you. And build you on that side. Because then I can do is I can have this join over here and make it 4 rails the whole way back. Because I assume I'm going to hook up to Omaha from over there. So having those rails available for the Omaha route would be good. Or if not, North Plate. Hey, Alpin, how's it going? Okay, good. The express trains are starting to get a little bit more full. That'll be good for us. I do need to make the express rail here. You just bought the RimWorld DLCs? Nice. All right. We're gonna go ahead and put you like this. Any quality of life mods you'd recommend? There is a mod, I can't remember the name of it, that lets you assign cleaning to its own like zone or whatever you want to call it. That one's a really good one, so your people aren't continuously. Do you not cost more? I just put down a station. That station should be costing a boatload. Why do you not cost more? I'm very confused. I mean, I'm cool with it, I just don't understand. But there's a mod that makes it so you can say like, okay, where I tell it to sweep snow, instead clean, and just go someplace that doesn't have snow, or remove pollution even though you're in a map with no pollution. And it can be nice because one of the things you run into that's very annoying is you'll have like your entire farm will be considered home zone, and you want that because then when there's a fire they'll go put it out. But then you see the person out there like sweeping your farm, and you're like, why are you sweeping the dirt? It doesn't make sense. Okay. Now I can go here, and then there. All right. I'm trying to think which other ones would be big. Because I know I got a handful. I just don't remember the names of them off the top of my head. Like, I know defensive position is popular, or something like that. That basically you'd say, okay, when a raid comes, I could hit a button, and it'll put the the pawns will move to where you want them to, like for the defensive position. So you have to be like, okay, grab all you, put you there, put you there, put you there, put you there. You can be like, all right, here's your assigned positions. When something shows up, I click the button, you go there. Okay, so that should give me a payout of 138,000 for setting that up. So it basically kind of not quite breaks even, but then it makes up for itself by the fact that where's your supply thing? Don't be down here. Be up here. Sweet. So that when it gives me the money for that, this is a new source of revenue for us. And I can go and, get my station set up here by the apples. Yep, there's my bonus. And so that grabs a cloth, it brings it up here. Cool. All right. So for this one, I think we put it on this side. I need to still pay the 273,000 to get rights to Nebraska. And I want to set up a new business here. I think the new business here, I could see it being cheese when we get down there. There's a good possibility. It could be also ceramic, since we can get a hold of both brick and clay. I'm assuming that's iron ore over there. Okay. And I can have Kansas City. We can literally just go and say, I want you to also make clothing. You know what we could do? We could take Wichita. We could have it produce beer. We could go here to where we have the beer production in Topeka and change it to have planks and furniture, so that this goes cloth and then fancy clothes, planks, and then that furniture, so they have those all locked down. This has both the meat and the beer, and then we'll have all this going. We can actually cover most of our needs in this area. And then we get our third business. This could be cheese. Third business here, I don't know. Steel. Actually, paper products could be the third business. All right. Yes, I'm gonna start doing is I'm not gonna. I've been deliberately skipping the platforms. I didn't realize how much this is costing us extra. However, am I ever ready to run the trains on us? Not gonna even engage with the way that was stated. Trains go choo choo, chugga chugga. Yeah. Yeah. There's chugging involved in either way. I am disengaging. Okay. Yeah, so you can go down here and get the rails here. So I'll have our 4 rails there. Now this branch over here, I can expand out far that way. We got that branch over there, I can expand out that way. So that's good. I'm just expecting our freight to be the big pain point, is the way I'm looking at this. Well, okay. Wichita, I had a plan. You were supposed to take you over brewing. And then they were supposed to take over that. Versus now Kansas has to ship this crap all the way over there and you have to ship it back. Is this game trying to tell me something? I don't know. I had a plan, Wichita. It's very straightforward. You make beer and you make meat. And you export everything else. Have you tried to interconnect two stations with one city? I have not. I have put two stations in one city, but that's not a bad idea. I was saying maybe take a cold shower. All right. So we've almost got Adam's stop set up. There we go. And we'll do fancy stuff with that later. I can't afford it. Thanks for offering. All right, and we connect to you. And then we stare blankly as to why I cannot connect to you. It's fine. I apparently have to bring the railway the whole way through. Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe tone it down a little bit. Just saying. Fun fact: Twitch is not a dating service. Unless there's a channel that does that. Who knows? Maybe there is, but it's not here. I get plenty of stuff that I'm like, really don't need that in my day. I'm a very confident person, and while I do appreciate flattery, there's definitely a point with the flattery like, nope, not a great feel. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna quickly run and grab myself another drink, and I'll be right back. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to make friends here, but I'm not happy to make friends. Those are two different things. And for those who are only listening, I was doing a lot of eyebrow, friends. You know what I'm saying. I think they know what I'm saying. Why do you cost 100,000? Even though I have one. It's fine. I guess every additional station over. You know what I bet it is? When you hook up to the station, it's 50,000, that's 100, 150. Not like it's 50, then 50, then 50, then 50, then 50. Welcome to Rual's After Dark. Rual's After Dark is Rual like stammering at trying to say basic sentences. Example, right there. That was I've mentioned I do like lots of conference talks. I haven't done them in a while, to be clear. Like, not really since the pandemic. Kind of with a lot of the tech conferences kind of died off. Where why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? All right, there we go. All right, so you got that. The water, sand, and lubricating oil consumption of locomotives have been reduced by 5%. Yup. And unfortunately, I still need to connect this. How much longer do I have? Okay, I got scared there for a second. I was like, wait a second. How's the game treating you? How much would you recommend? So I'm having a lot of the fun with the game, and I would say, to me, I would not have regret purchasing it. Do I think I would have purchased it? Like, that's the catch. I think it's worth the money for me personally. Everyone money quantifying different. But that said, at the price they ask, I would probably pick up a couple of other titles first, is kind of the way I'd put it. I don't think it's an unfair price so much as there's a lot of competition out there. And while I'm having a really good time, for the price, it's a little bit of a hard sell, is the way I would put it. Now, if you're looking for a game where you do train stuff, perfect game, rating it 5 out of 7. I mean, if we're doing like the whatever out of 10, I might give it like a 7 or an 8. Cause like, and that's not being like something like, oh my god, that high. I'm saying if you're looking for a game where you do like train stuff, there's not many games that do train logistics. There is OpenTTD, that's one. There's this. If you go back a little while, there was Railway Tycoon. Had a couple of versions. I don't think did they come out with a new version over the years? I felt like they came out with like 1 or 2 versions and then kind of it was one of those games that got dubbed. Like dubbed. This is not the genre people are buying, so therefore it is dead, and we'll never make a single extra game of it. Kind of like what happened with SimCity, where EA was just like, yeah, we're not gonna bother ever making more of these, and then say Skyline's like, or we could make one and make a boatload of money. And then EA was like, wait a second, hang on, we did this first, come on. This was our thing. Oh, here's No, it's fine. Well, so here's the thing I'm debating right now, to put you where I'm at. I could take one of these routes and have it go through and take over that route. This route is so heckin'. No, we're not. We're gonna dedicate a route. This will be a dedicated route. It's a freight route. You will not perform any yeah, and that's fine. That's because right now there's no need of. Why would you do this right now? I literally just spent all my money connecting the other location. You're like, by the way, did you want to add Omaha to this route? Yes, game. Yes, I would. I would, in fact, like to add Omaha to the route. So the Soviet one, workers in the Republic. I thought that was more like there's logistics in it, but I thought that was like larger scale logistics. Why did you not grab freight? Could be. Yeah, I thought that was more like you do set up like logistics networks, but it's not just training stuff around. It's more I was under the impression that it was more kind of something between like a settlement builder and like a Factorio kind of thing. Okay. So how do I want to get this into the network? Because my initial instinct is that I want to move all 4 of these over to this set, and then no. I'm going to move them all the way over, and then put Omaha on the far right ones. That way I can have the multiple branches for Omaha. Omaha can have cattle directly to it. I don't need to put that in the main network. Just like Wichita, we can get the cattle on that one at some point. Okay, I think that's what we do. It's going to be a big pain, and I don't want to do it, but I think that is the more correct decision. But my assumption is, if we go to add a thing here, oh, it's only going to cost me 50. Be consistent, game. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna wait till I have like 100,000 or so. And then I'm gonna try and shift all those over. And like I said, it's gonna be a big pain, and I'm gonna immediately regret doing it. Oh, it's not gonna be a big pain, because I got the supply tower here. So when I delete this, the supply tower still hold that position. And I can move all those and just point them at the supply tower. That should be fine. Why are you not grabbing? Shouldn't you be bringing me apples? Don't you want apples, people? You should want... Wait, you don't want apples till 45,000 people. Okay, hang on. If you're not willing to accept the apples, how am I supposed to pass this on? Does anyone here want apples? Do you want apples? Are you in the wanting of apples? You do want apples. Okay, so let's go to our warehouse. This can be a solved problem. What do I take off the warehouse list, though? Yeah, and there's also a custom mode that you can do a whole bunch of stuff. So the problem is, right now, actually, I can probably take beer off. And the reason I think I can take beer off is because that's a local produced thing. It doesn't need a dedicated spot. So let's put the fruits there. So that should bring the fruit here, which then we can pass it off to Kansas City and Wichita and make them happy. So at least that train's doing something. And before we get farther with that, it is time to make mistakes. Get rid of this. It should go all the way up to there. That's just what I was hoping. And now I map that up to that. Perfect. It's super cheap. I have a bad feeling like one of these is going to be like, I need a tunnel. And then suddenly be super expensive. Nope, that's good. And then we can go here and say... Okay, so I've got all that set up. Now I need to set their directions. I wonder for this stuff if I should be setting it like this. I mean, it means I'll have to crisscross for there. But they'll probably have to do that anyways. And then in theory, I wonder also, can I bridge these so they can go transfer from one to these others? I can. So I can really put bypasses along the way. They don't cost much. Okay, that's a thing we can do. So if we end up having, because that was the thing, that's the reason I was making the bypass out there. But I can make it so there's certain choke points that we can cross the lanes. Because I should probably do that up here. I could put one like that. Why are you being this way, game? Here, it's fine. We'll put that over there. What? Why are you this way, game? The other one's all nice. Fine. I'll make them slightly uneven, game. Is this what you want? Does this make you happy? So that way, if one of these gets blocked, then we'd be able to, like, go through it. Can I get rid of those? It's fine. That way, if, like, one gets right here and then breaks down, thou shalt not be symmetrical. Yeah, we just can't look directly at it and everything will be fine. As long as we don't look at it, it's okay, chat. When you look at it, then who knows where it goes. Then things are going to get sketch. The worst thing is I'm probably going to do that exact same thing with Kansas City. So that I have Omaha to Kansas City Express, and as well as the, No, we could actually have the Express now go from Wichita over to there. Yeah, I'll probably be calling night not too long, on all honesty. I'm going a little long because it's like, alright, I want to see where this goes. Now, we'll just... Let's start from over here. Let's go over here. Put it to that one. Okay, so I obviously don't want to go through an entire mountain. If I can help it. So I'm also hoping that'll let me do like the 8 wide signal later. Yeah, so let's put on the topography view, or whatever they call it. Alright, so going around this would be a good idea. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess that topography view is actually pretty freaking useful. That just cut another 50,000 off our earthworks. Yeah, I think that's good. Topography? Oh, you must be waking up and starting your day. I was like, what are you doing up at this hour? Alright, so let's get rid of this. Hey, Pank, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. So good shout out for Pank Guaro. Absolutely fantastic content creator. VTuber and all that kind of good stuff. Why can't... Oh, I'm not clicked in the window. Absolutely fantastic content keeper. The best pink squid on the internet. So, if you're looking for a variety of games, been playing some RimWorld brand new the game and all that, been figuring that out. So if that's your jam, check that out. Also play Splatoon, among other things. And a surprise to see you going like, yeah, I finished up the other mission, and it was about an hour-ish before the end of stream, and I'm like, okay, well, I've wrapped up a little early a lot recently, and I'm like, I really don't want to do that today, and I wanted to see the next part. Because I got to see what the whole explosion of trains showing up was in the UK, which was kind of cool because I actually had Ben as like, hey, I'm familiar with the history of trains exploding into the scene in the US. I'm kind of curious how Europe experienced it. And the very next mission was like, by the way, here's the UK going through it, which was kind of cool to see that. Big into RimWorld lately. That game's got hooks in me. Oh, it's a good game. All right. Let's turn off that overlay. So yeah, now I'm just waiting for money so I can hook up Omaha, because Omaha's going to pay me $154,000 to connect it. So I'm going to lose money on the initial connection, but I'm going to make up for it by, you know, having a connection to another city. So the question is, I think I put another dedicated route to Omaha. So I have one dedicated route from Omaha to Topeka. Then we have Topeka to Kansas. And we have Wichita to Kansas, or to Topeka. Topeka is just the center of our whole place. You're at the point now you can run a colony fight without outside interference. And now I'm craving the outside interference. Do you mean outside interference like turning on, what is it, Chat Connect or whatever it is? The British in trains sounds like Bad Space King. So it was basically the problem, and same thing happened here in the US, from what I gathered, is a whole bunch of different independent companies all were getting their stuff set up, and they kind of all ran, like, their networks all overlapped, and they had to get around each other. Now, it sounds like they got the government involved over there, where they, you know, people would, like, petition Parliament or whatever to get permission to expand their train networks and all that, to try and rein under control, because I guess they called it, like, Rail Mania or whatever, because the entire network was borderline unusable because you get a ticket in one place, and then it was like no good the next town over. So you'd have to like buy one ticket, get to the next stop, buy your next ticket for a different train company, go to the next stop, buy your next ticket for the next train company to go to the next stop, take, you know, a carriage from that town to the next town to get the next train and all that. And they're like, all right, hang on, we need to very much get rid of this. Like this can't fly. Now the good news is I already have all the goods to send on to Omaha because Topeka is my trade hub. And I kind of like the way this is working. I am worried that right now I've got the maintenance maxed out in Topeka, and I do think what's going to ultimately need to do is I'm going to need to move that maintenance elsewhere. Oh, I just came to the realization. I was like, I should set the, these far off sites to deal with it. That'll work for the freight, but not the express. Unless I go out of my way to say, express, go to Edison Terminal to get repaired, even though you'll never pick up wheat because you're a passenger car. Have we not been getting our fruit yet? What's going on here? Oh. So you're still waiting on fruit. That's fine. I'm also surprised that we don't have 7 different goods here. Because literally I have 7 different stuff I warehouse that I have available. Oh my god, Kansas. What is wrong with your AI when it comes to opening business? It's like, you have fabric. You can open a clothing store where you make fabric that's readily available to where you get your stuff for making fabric. You have a nice closed loop to get everything you could want. And they're like, no, beer. Well, I'm sorry. The wheat's over there. And then they're like, we'll make the dresses over here on the opposite side of where the fabric is. Literally, I wanted these things in the opposite position. Those exact 2 businesses. But the AI, because I didn't use up the factory spot, like the town, like there's a private company or whatever, open their stuff up. Well, that's a little annoying. That's fine. I don't actually want them to cross, so it's okay. Alright. Research neglected. This decade is coming to an end. You've neglected research and development too much. Please catch up on this, otherwise research mainline until 1860 will be unlocked automatically on January 1st. Locomotives are decommissioned. Locomotives with outdated designs are uneconomical because they are slower and need more maintenance. Newer models as of January 1870, the following locomotives are therefore not to be used. I'm using the Baldwin for my freight, so I think I'm okay. Let's check. Okay, I don't have any weird warnings that like that's going on. Alright, so what I was doing is I want to connect Topeka, Omaha, and we'll start with the freight. And you are a freight train only, so you move freight. And that should start ballooning the value of stuff out here. And then once I have the money, we're going to go and make a second train route to the same spot. But instead, this one will be express. And it'll have a dining car, it'll have a mail car, and it'll have a caboose. It'll cost $149,000 because it's a fancy car. I also realized I forgot to set the direction on the rails, but that's okay. Hey, they connected. We're good there. All right, so let's set this stuff. So you're the out rail, and you're the in. And we also need to go over here and put a supply depot on it. Did I ever set the 4 down here? I did not. So what am I waiting on? So I need to get 7 different goods in there, which should happen on its own, and I need more fruit. The fruit's coming in. The reason it probably doesn't have 7 is we're shipping it all out to our cities, isn't it? We'll have to get that sorted. You're going to be deployed, that's fine. Do you have anything that's like, connect me and I'll give you money? None that I'm seeing so far. Yeah, Topeka's continuing to grow. That's a big reason, because we're still passing the fruit on to Kansas. Right, so we're not keeping the fruit at Topeka, because Topeka's population isn't high enough that they actually want fruit yet. Because that's how this game works. So the citizenry needs to get a bit higher. And I need to make that happen by the end of the year this year, which should be doable. Because the objective about shipping the stuff through, that'll be satisfied. There we go. It's like, I want the cattle. 165. Look, I do want that express lane, but it can wait for right now. Because you're going to pay me a bunch of money to do this right now, and I like money. And really what is they already have that stuff here, and they're just like, alright, well, you're going to pay me to, like, do this thing? Cool. Alright, so you're hooked up. Now, the catch is with this, is that now means I'm going to need you to have your own service station. Because that's not going to go through Topeka. Wait a second, do I have you going through to your own Wait. Are you going through to Topeka? Is that what's happening here? I think you are. Should I do that? Probably not. Like, right now, for this one, it's probably fine. Yeah, so right now you're going the whole way through. So eventually I'm going to want to... We'll probably put a service station in Kansas City. And just, like, put a service station in each and every one of these cities. We'll get there. But right now, though, the first thing you need to do is choose you. Choose you. You are going to be freight only. And then meanwhile, get that second rail hooked up. Just gonna get our payday from that. Now put on the supply.
Between Topeka and its near and far neighbors will take on special significance in our endeavor.
Okay, so we got our fruit. Sorry, we actually got our 7 different supply types. Now I just need to get like another load of fruit or 2 through there. Cool, so that takes care of that. We can put this here. And over here. That takes care of that, so you're all hooked up here. Meanwhile, we can go to... I don't have the money, so that's fine. Meanwhile, I can go here and say, you need a service department. And just like we did the other one, even though it's probably a terrible idea, okay, it stays set. So we've got the cattle set up, so that should make that happier. Okay, and Topeka is ready for a second business. I'm not going to be able to afford to make those businesses happen, so it is what it is.
I can't describe to you what it's like to be so close to my dream after 15 years. Topeka is thriving, just as I always wanted it to. I knew that my trust in you was justified. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy purpose shall prosper. But we are still at the beginning. Now we must spread out. First Denver, and then the whole continent. Therein our destiny manifests itself.
Okay. So I'm meant to connect 10 rural businesses. That's going to happen regardless. Found the city of Dodge City, which is down to the south, and transport 60 passengers from Topeka to Denver without changing trains. So Denver is way over here. So what's probably going to happen with that is we have the 4 lines over here. I'm literally just going to take these 4 lines through. Oh, of course I did that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be 6 lines that go through. And we'll put those 2 there. We'll put the 4 lines that go right past here. They'll go through the corn here, and they'll go all the way over here to Denver. So that way we can have an express lane there. It's going to be outrageously expensive. And so I have to connect the 4 rural businesses by the end of next year. I have to found Dodge City by halfway through the year after that. And at the end of the year, after that, I have to have gotten 60 people all the way over without having them get off the train. Okay. So Dodge City's over here. That shouldn't be too hard to set up. Honestly, you know what I could do? This actually should work fine. Because what I'll do is I'll put this main trunk here. We'll add the 2 extra lanes that go out here. They'll go through here. We'll have 2 split off to go to Dodge City. Probably up here to go to Dodge City. That way I can snag the clay on the way by. And then you'll have the straight shot out to Denver. Hey, we inherited stock. Cool. What was I working on before this? Do I have the supply stuff set up? I do not. So I need a supply depot here. You're good there. I was going to put the service center here in Kansas City, but I'm not going to bother right now. When that starts to back up, we'll fix it. And no one is currently offering me a bunch of money to build anywhere. I'm not going to worry about it. Alright, we got a bunch of research. So let's see. Increases transport for revenue for mail and all that. New developments of structural engineering. Make bridge construction safer. Not going to worry about that. Do this in the meantime. Okay. The things I want to set up is Dodge City, North Plate, and Denver. We're going to prioritize probably Dodge City first because it's going to take us the longest to satisfy that goal. And then plus, if I have a connection here, it's going to be a good source of revenue. All right. So, the plan at the moment is I think... Do I want to turn it that way? No. Let me turn it the other way. You turn it this way. Actually, no. It costs us less if I do this way. Okay, so I'm adding 2 extra lanes onto the right. All right, 1 second. I probably let's not build this part. Stop yet. This will come back to. Let's get the railway set up to be expanded. We've got our 6 routes here. Let's just connect it the whole way over here. Do I do that now? 4 minutes to 12 hours? Yeah, I'm going to be wrapping up here any minute now. In fact, let's not dig into this. Let's snooze the ad so it doesn't happen. And let's start wrapping. Don't do that. That's not what I want. Alright. So with that, we pause the game and end the recording.